Hello. Welcome to Todos Santos Live. This is my first ever live stream, so hopefully anyone who's there will let me know if the audio and everything sounds good. So today we're going to be heading over to this side of the city and trying to get as far as we can with filling in this area. We're going to be doing some freeway work, expanding this rail line up to somewhere in this vicinity. And, if we get to it, we'll do some surface roads as well and fill in some houses and everything. A couple housekeeping points before we get started. Where I am in the city, in terms of building Todos Santos, is about 10 episodes ahead of where the main series is. So we have a few new mods, a bunch of new assets, and there's a lot of stuff in the city that I'm going to try not to show you because it would be a spoiler for what we're going to do later in the series. As for new mods that are important, we have curb height adjuster, which is really a small thing, but it basically just lowers the height of the curb because in the vanilla game it's really tall and just kind of looks unrealistic. So that just gets kind of a more realistic and nice look. A little bit lower profile. We also have Network Multi-Tool, which is a fantastic mod that I'm sure we're going to be using tons of today because we're doing freeway work. And then I also have started using PO, which is going to be a few episodes from now in the main series. We're going to be starting using that. Hey, Slyn. How's it going? I think there is a small delay, so it'll probably take me a minute to respond to any chats or anything. I think that's pretty much it in terms of the new mods that I thought I should mention. Nice. Good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well myself. Well, before we get started on building, I wanted to show this off. Maybe I'll show it again later if some more people trickle in. But we now have some custom police cars for Todos Santos made by Slyn, who's possibly the only person in the chat, so that would be kind of awkward if I'm showing this off just for him, but they look fantastic. And I believe these are going to be available in the workshop at some point. I tried to set up a little district to get some to spawn, so we can see them driving around, but they haven't done that yet. So we'll just have to wait until they start populating the main city. Okay, I think we should start building. So the place we're taking inspiration from today, I just made a little old-fashioned slideshow, is San Juan, of course, is the inspiration for this city. In particular, we're looking at this area, kind of on the more eastern edge. I think this might be part of Santurce. I'm not 100% sure, but I've always wanted to make like this really long section of freeway that's just kind of a straightaway. We're going to have some cool interchanges, a frontage road that runs alongside it. And I don't know if we're going to get to the development of the buildings during the live stream. But yeah, we're going to be taking inspiration from this area. Yeah, they look fantastic. Especially with the ambient occlusion in Render It. They just look nice and realistic. I would like to see them driving around, but just haven't been able to get any to pop out here. Maybe we'll see some while we're working. So I kind of just had this random freeway that runs through this area. This has been here since basically day one of Todos Santos. So I think what we're going to do is pause the game and delete this entire freeway. That's not the tool. Use picker. I love picker because you can just, or like the picker integration with Move It. You can just select pretty much anything without having to worry about accidentally deleting something. Let's leave those. Not sure. I mean, I sort of have a plan for what I want to do here, but I'm not 100% sure. I think the first step is to just even out this land, because that's just going to make it a lot easier later on. Gigantic brush size. And we'll just level it out with, so that it's even with this neighborhood here. I think I forgot to mention before that we're also going to try to integrate 2 of the city's rail lines into this build, which I think should be pretty fun. Try to snake that around the freeway and all the roads we're going to be building. I kind of would like to keep like the irregularities in the landscape that I got from using the height map of San Juan, but I think it's more important to just kind of level everything out and make it easier to work with. So I'm using the North American Freeway pack, which I think I mentioned on the last episode. Maybe it was 2 episodes ago. But where's the node here? Oh, didn't select that thing in whatever this mod is. There are just so many like icons for all these road building mods now, and not all of them are integrated into Universal UI, which is kind of annoying, but whatever. Just gonna kind of try to define each end of the freeway here so we know what area we actually have to work with. And I went ahead and changed the, I'm not sure what this is called, but basically the texture that surrounds the road with pavement, because it's going to be a pretty dense urban area. So we're not really going to have space for like a big dirt median or anything like that. Nice. There's some skyscrapers in the background. Just ignore that. Sometimes I do that to simulate like suburbs, because we're not actually going to be able to build Todos Santos up to like a, you know, million population city or whatever. But I'd like to kind of simulate that there are additional cities elsewhere. Okay, let's hop on over to the other end. And I would really like to get a pretty long stretch of straight freeway here, because that's just going to make it a lot more straightforward to build. Let's just do another 12 unit. I usually try to build in like 10 or 12 unit road lengths. Okay. I just love this feature of Network Multi-Tool where you can merge nodes. I think it's called like node union or something. But that just makes it so easy to do things with Move It, and it just, you know, really brings all the road building tools that we have together. Yeah, I think I saw something about CS2 having like I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was something like being able to build either multiple cities that are like interconnected on multiple maps, or having multiple cities on one map, which would be so cool. Because then you could have something like the East Coast of the US, where you have like multiple big cities that are kind of in one megalopolis. I don't know like how feasible that is. But I'm assuming like they're gonna optimize the game a little bit better than the original one was, because they obviously have a big following now and a bigger budget at least. Okay, so let's set something up in Parallel Road Tool, because we want to have a really big frontage system. Frontage road system, I mean. And Parallel Road Tool was updated for the new update to the game. It was broken for a while, but it's working now. And I do like its functionality better than the Network Multi-Tool version. Because the Network Multi-Tool one, you have to like go in after the fact and do it like this, which is just, I don't know. I like being able to kind of freeform this thing. So let's add another network. See how that looks. I think 20 is a good distance, because then you kind of get the pavement at the center to merge together, so you get these lanes as close as you can. I think another cool thing with CS2, if they do have like multiple builds on one map, is you could do like a really big like rural or suburban region with like a bunch of smaller towns. I think that could be kind of fun too. Like I could imagine doing like a mountainous region in like France or Alberta or something, where you just have all these small little towns, and then you'd have lots of room for detailing cool like nature reserves and stuff. Be big enough to support multiple cities. Oh yeah, I think it's definitely going to be way better than CS1 in many ways. The only thing I'm worried about is there going to be any like backwards compatibility with workshop assets? I mean, I think it would be sweet if you could just, maybe they have a tool, or maybe a modder comes up with a tool where you can convert the CRP files from CS1 and bring them into CS2. Or I should probably actually build something here, sorry. Reverse that. No, not remove. Oh my god. I should talk and build at the same time, but that's what a live stream is, so I'm gonna do it. Or potentially just have them be backwards compatible out of the box. I think that would be cool as well. Okay, so we got our freeway set up. I think we'll do... I'm gonna use these double Phillips lights because we're gonna add a frontage road, and I want... Oh, those are kind of tall. But that might work for a freeway. I could do that. Or... Well, okay. Beautiful. Yeah, we'll go with this. Adding a few texture layers and be done. Interesting. So with that texture... I mean, I don't know really anything about modding. Does that mean like there would be more features with the textures? Like they would add in... I don't know what that means. Real backwards compatibility is unfortunately off the table, as confirmed by Colossal Order. Oh, that sucks. I mean, with everything that that modders have done with this game, I'm sure we'll come up with something. Because, like, all these assets that I have in Todos Santos... I mean, I've been building this city for 5 years now. And it's taken 5 years to, like, build up any kind of asset collection that reasonably resembles San Juan. Or really any Latin American country. So it would kind of suck to have to do everything from scratch. And I'm sure modders will, like, they'll be invested in wanting to, you know, be able to have their assets available on both games. Okay, let's add this frontage road. 2-lane, one-way road is what we want. Let's try 38. That looks pretty good. So the road in San Juan I'm basing this off of is kind of a freeway and kind of, it's not like an interstate standard freeway. It has, I think, like 8 lanes, 4 in each direction. And then it has kind of like a frontage road that really is not separated that much from the freeway. So I'm going to go with something like that. And then we'll just add another one on the other side. 2-lane, one-way road. Assets are divided in D and C and so on. D is the actual texture. C is the color map. Suspected that we will at least have to rework the lighting map. Okay. Well, I wonder, like, there are tools for, like, modded Skyrim where you can pretty much just, like, not one click, but, like, pretty easily convert from between different versions of the game. I wonder if that's something that'll be possible. Probably not right out of the box or, like, right out of after release, but maybe there'll be something like that made available by modders. Okay. And now we need to reverse that one, which is that button, and bring that down to, like, yeah, that's too far. Maybe negative 18. Let's try this. Yeah, I mean, potentially, like, Colossal Order seems pretty responsive to modders for the most part, other than, you know, breaking all the mods with updates, but that's kind of inevitable if you release a bunch of DLCs. So I don't really blame them for that. So maybe they'll actually, like, you know, and they seem to be working with modders, so maybe they'll have that tool available right from the start. I don't know. But they seem to not be opposed to the fact that, you know, modding is a huge part of the game. I think that looks pretty good. I wish I had an asset that was, like, that didn't have the built-in parking. But, like, they released this one-way road with, okay, that looks, I screwed this up. Okay. Oh, I see. If you select it in the menu, it just changes it there. Okay, that's cool. Well, let's just go with this. We can always change it after we build the actual road. I suppose I should also go into network skins. And I believe we can change the light, which I'm just going to set to none because we have the whatchamacallit on the freeway. Let's see if that works. That does not work. Okay. So we'll just have to come back with network skins after we build this road and then, you know, do the old upgrade every single segment of road that we built. So I think what I want to do is probably, like, they're going to want to build the road, build this big freeway in as short of a stretch as possible. So they're going to want to take this route potentially, or maybe it's kind of curving down here, so we could go like this maybe, and then we can curve it back up to get around the Lago de Llama there, which is my inept attempt at naming this lake in Spanish. Maybe just a little bit higher. I don't want it to be -2. Something like this. And I forgot to... Crap. I completely reversed the frontage road. Well, we need to upgrade it anyway. Or not upgrade, but remove the lights anyway. So I'll just go with that. Actually pretty satisfying to do. Oh god. One thing I was really interested in from the leaked screenshots was the stuff that kind of looked like what you do with like node controller and IMT and network multi-tool. It looked like it was like, I assume they're not going to make us manually detail each intersection, and they're going to come up with some kind of procedurally generated intersection marking and like just have that kind of functionality built into the game, which sounds kind of nice. But on the other hand, I also kind of like how granular, I guess the word is, your control is with IMT especially. You can do some really funky stuff with it. Actually, you know what? Let's use network multi-tool for this. I think I want to use the create curve mode. Yes. Beautiful. Oh, I love modders. And then let's... Oh. It's so annoying, like network multi-tool is in Universal UI, but it's also, the icon is still here. I don't think it's supposed to be that way, so I'm sure it's a problem on my end. Okay, so we got the freeway there. That looks like a pretty good transition. I hope we can edit the prefab for the generation. I got kind of used to the road markings I had for my last build project. What do you mean prefab for generation? I'm like totally ignorant to this kind of stuff. I don't know anything. Do you mean like all your presets and stuff in IMT? Like you can just go like, it's actually the not the one I want. Okay, well, obviously I don't know. I really don't know what I'm doing because I don't even have a preset for in IMT for this, but oh well. Now the question is, how do we connect this frontage road up to the road system? I think it could be kind of cool to just turn this two-way road into a one-way frontage road. I mean, it's a little funky, but wouldn't hurt, right? And network multi-tool, maybe? Come to the rescue? Oh my god. Perfect. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be ideal if you could basically, like, if I understand what you're saying, like, it'll procedurally generate everything, but you'll have the option to just kind of adjust how it does it and maybe even potentially edit individual intersections if you want to. I'm just wondering, like, how are they going to balance the desire to appeal to modders with the desire to appeal to the vanilla and console players? And I imagine it's probably going to be something like that, where you can't, where it's like you're given the option to edit individual things like that, or to edit the parameters that, you know, set up how it works. But then if you want to be just a vanilla player and not worry too much about that kind of detail, it'll just do it for you and come up with something that looks pretty good. Hopefully it's something like that. Because you don't really want to alienate either group. But you also don't want to make too many sacrifices trying to choose too many, or please too many people. That looks pretty good, I think. I find that kind of satisfying how that, like, these two roads merge together. But the question is, how do we... Oops, probably shouldn't show that stuff. That's a few episodes ahead of where we are in the series. I think we'll have to have an intersection of some kind. Maybe... Hello, Tav Mully. How's it going? We're just building a freeway here, trying to figure out how to get this frontage road logically attached to it. Maybe we could have like a main avenue come across here. And that way it's really like a T intersection that happens to also lead to the freeway going one direction. Let's just I'm just going to build the main avenues with plain roads, and then we'll figure out what kind of actual avenue we want to have later on. And we'll raise this up to here. I think I will have to spoil this part. We're going to do a BRT build, I think in episode 51. Right now we're in episode 47, so I can't really exactly hide this while I'm building here. But, oh, here's an idea. We could have the main avenue run underneath the BRT lanes. That might be a terrible idea, or it might be a really good one. Let's try it. Bridge here. We'll come back. So we're going to do like all the infrastructure first, and then if there's time, we'll come back and do detailing. And I think actually for now, we're going to skip this main avenue and come back to it later, because I would like to get started building an interchange somewhere in here. Probably like right here. We'll have, or maybe right here, we'll connect it up with this avenue. And then we can also figure out how we're going to bridge the rail across here. So let's do that. Just using the plain roads again. And actually, I will, just so we can get a perfect perpendicular angle here, I'll just copy and paste, move it. Do something like that. Switch that into 2-lane road. Use network multi-tool. What's this called? Curve mode. Something like that. And then I think what we're going to do is bring this up. Well, we'll just connect it up to the frontage road. Oh, perfect. There's a node right there. And then we're going to do we're going to sink the freeway down 4 or 5 units. One more, maybe. Oops. Still had that selected. Good job. And then we'll run a bridge across here. Shit. I have a really bad habit of using the vanilla bulldozer tool, which is honestly not a good idea. Really should use move it to delete things, because if you accidentally hold down the bulldozer tool too long, you'll delete all the other stuff in the area. And let's get a nice gentle slope on the freeway. Slope objects. Oh yeah. That's pretty good. Now obviously it looks ridiculous with this void right here, but I know I said we were going to do detailing later, but I think it's worth going in here with IMT and just adding in some retaining walls really quickly. I like using the lane adjustment for doing retaining walls, because that just gives me more flexibility. I don't have to worry about adding extra rules in IMT. So if you make a line, you know, you can obviously decorate it with whatever you want, but then you can add another rule, and it's essentially like using one line to do multiple things, but that can get kind of confusing if you're doing a lot of detailing on a single stretch of road. So I don't really use the lane decoration for anything else, so I just kind of use that for filler things like this. And I think we'll do retaining wall, maybe with the like kind of partition wall Nope, that doesn't have to. There we go. Because the freeway we're basing this off of in San Juan doesn't really have any kind of fence or anything. It's just like a little barrier in between the freeway and the frontage road. And shift that out just so it covers up the shoulder there of the frontage road. And lower that. That looks pretty good, I think. But I did have an idea. So I'm going to delete that. And we'll do it on this side. But on the, on this side here, we're going to do some street art. I don't actually have any like graffiti assets that would really fit here, but I do have a mural asset that I think is going to work really well. So let's just get that retaining wall in here. I probably should make sure this is functional before I decorate it, but whatever. It's fine. And here, I think... What's the best way to do it? Can you actually... Oh, you can run lines through an intersection. I mean, I guess that's pretty obvious now that I think about it, but... did not occur to me at first. And then we'll just turn this into the plain one because we don't want the wall there, obviously. All right, that looks okay. And what I have is the wailing wall. I think there are like, I don't know what the origin of this kind of mural is, but I've seen different versions of these in several cities that look pretty similar to one another. We have one here where I live, but it's just a really cool asset. And I think if we come in, turn this into PO, we can fit this in here and it might look kind of cool. This might be a terrible idea. I don't know. There's only one way to find out. Well, that's not good. What we do is shrink it down, maybe. And let's actually, so we can kind of get the right height going. We'll have to tile this, so that might not look very good. Something like, I mean, that's not terrible. I should probably line it up with the frontage road. So this is I mean, if you've been watching the series, this is the first time you've probably seen me using PO in a long time. But I've been using it in some builds that have not been released on the channel yet. So I at least know how to use the basic features of it. That looks kind of cool, actually. I don't know. I like that. By the way, if anything I'm doing is like really terrible, just let me know and I'll consider just deleting it, starting over. That's kind of cool. Feels like you're going down into the ocean or something. Maybe, I think we're actually just gonna do that same thing over here. And delete these retaining walls. That way when you're like on the freeway going down here, you'll get that feeling that you're going underwater. And take these. Oh, I actually need to do one more. Yeah, one more. Okay. These. Wow, beautiful. Beautiful. We'll do something like that. Just bring that out enough to cover up the shoulder. I don't like using the elevated versions of roads if I don't have to. So I kind of like having the sidewalk here. We'll have to fix these lights. Obviously, they look pretty silly. Okay, let's get to work on... Well, we should connect up this frontage road to something over here. Maybe the avenue that we're on. We'll kind of align that with... Actually, what we'll do the same thing with move it. Take this. Doesn't seem to want to network multi-tool that. So just to make sure that they're on the same axis here. And we will align these heights. And then node union this and that. Beautiful. And we'll take the 2-lane road. Do that. And I guess we'll have to delete some of this, which is fine. Because network multi-tool exists. That's a little sharp of a bend, I think. So we might actually have to delete that as well. And same thing. I'll have to make a short segment here, I guess, to make this work with network multi-tool. God, so just like a 4-unit distance there. I usually try to, like, with intersections like this, I'll have at least a few units of straight road going out of the intersection. Because it just feels a little weird to have, like, a curve immediately going in or out of an intersection like that. That's a little better. Yeah, I don't like that. So what we're going to do is follow the freeway more closely just until it starts curving. Well, actually, this might be a good time to use the parallel road function of network multi-tool. So let's try this. I think that's... Let's see. I have not used this very much, so plus or minus to change offset. Yeah, just need that little extra bit. And then I think maybe around here we'll start curving it off so we can meet up with this avenue. Let's try that. Nice. Something like that. Let's do this manually. Yeah, that works. And then what we can do is just take our IMT line that I saved before, paste that in. Yeah, I guess I'll have to lower it just a little bit. And I have this little overlap here, so I'll change the offset. And we'll do the same thing here, just to cover up that little bit of gap. Okay. That's a bit of a steep curve. I think we can actually get away with lowering this quite a bit. You don't need this, like, ridiculously high overpass. Well, just the BRT overpass as well. Actually, that's funny. There's a truck passing right underneath here, which is perfect. Give it just enough space so they can not crash into the overpass. Okay, that looks decent. Let's see. That does not look good. Guess it's just lowered a little bit. Yeah, there we go. And another feature I love in Network Multi-Tool is the node removal. So if you have an extra node that you really don't need, just delete it. And I suppose that's just, it's not that useful most of the time, but it's just good for planning ahead and trying not to hit the node limit. Just remove those excess nodes when you have them. And I just accidentally deleted the line that I had there. That was a really smart thing to do. Oh, I see. It just flipped it, actually. I'll just delete this one. Okay. Let's see. What's next? Oh. Sorry, I'm trying not to spoil stuff. So I can't really pull back too far. Well, while I think about that, I'll just describe very briefly like what this area is going to look like once we get to that. I mean, I don't know if we're actually going to get to that during the stream, but it's basically just going to be low density residential. Maybe not quite like this. This is a little less dense than I'm thinking. So here, I'll just show you a little bit. All right. If you don't want to see a spoiler, look away for the next, I don't know, 30 seconds or a minute or something. This is a spoiler for the BRT episode, which is going to be, I think, 4 episodes from now. Just ignore all the high rises and stuff. But basically what we're going to do to fill in this area around the freeway that we're building is doing like a kind of low density area like this. That's pretty tightly packed with these smaller 1x2 Mexican house assets. I mean, they're not like super authentic to San Juan, but they get the right aerial look, which is the kind of thing I'm going for with the neighborhood we're building. Okay, if you looked away for spoilers, you can look back now. So before we get too caught up in the details, I think we want to connect this up to the main freeway here. And that way we can actually start the simulation running. You can see all the cars driving through here, which is going to be kind of cool, I think. So we'll just use the same parallel road tool setup. Now I wonder if the new update like automatically merges the nodes, because I don't think it used to do that. But if not, we can just use multi-tool. So I just want to curve up here. I wish I had on hand information about like what the standard is for like freeway banks and like curves and freeways, because you need like a certain length of a curve for it to be rated as like safe, I guess. I don't know exactly how that works. I should probably switch the direction of these frontage roads just so they match up. But I guess I'll just kind of do an arbitrarily long curve, maybe like 20 and 20. Pretty gentle slope. And then we need to get over there. So maybe it'll curve it to run along the lake here. And it does actually seem to merge the nodes on parallel road tool, which is sweet. I think we're going to do some kind of like nature reserve or park here. So it kind of makes sense that they're not going to run it right along the lake, but they're not going to worry about having to have development here. So we'll kind of do it at a moderate distance to the lake without kind of randomly curving it. And then we'll do something like this. It curves away. And maybe delete these so we can get a nicer curve here. I like how the, I actually forget what the, oh, it's called precision engineering is what shows some of these overlays here. That mod was literally out like within a year or like within half a year of the game releasing. And I think that was one of the first mods I downloaded. Actually, the first mod I downloaded was No Abandonment, because I was so bad at the game that I would just make these like giant neighborhoods like right next to an industrial zone, and they would just all die and the houses would become abandoned, and I didn't want to deal with that, so I just downloaded No Abandonment. But anyway, precision engineering is still a useful mod. It hasn't really been completely overtaken by anything else. I don't think we're actually going to have the frontage road run all the way here. It's going to, like, you know, taper off somewhere along here and turn into an avenue probably. But we're not going to probably get to this area during the live stream. I'd really like to focus on this part here and developing this road system. And what we need to do now is get this light rail attached. Or not attached, but have this pass through freeway. And I think what we're going to do with that is kind of run it here, and then we're going to connect it up with this rail station here. Because this is eventually... I'm going to dedicate an episode to building a transit hub here. Because we have the BRT that I mentioned. We have really important light rail line. I think it's called the Red Line. And we have the metro line that hooks up to the island over here. Plus a couple of bus lines as well. So I think it makes sense to have the terminus of this, I think it's the university line here, to have that connect up here. And then this, the red line that I mentioned, we're going to run all the way through here. We'll probably meet it up with like a commuter rail station somewhere over on the fringes of the city. I think it'll be cool to do some non-urban passenger rail in the city. Because there's not really much of that in the Caribbean. I think Cuba has a system of like commuter, you know, an intercity rail. But other than that, there's not really much any intercity rail in the Caribbean. So we can kind of be trailblazers there. That should be fun. But that's not going to happen this episode, unfortunately. So let's do the tram tracks. These are by Cluse. Cluse is one of my favorite asset creators in terms of networks. He's made these light rail tracks and also the retaining walls that we used here. Just so good. So good. So we'll just have a gentle curve here. And I think this is a pretty steep slope here. So I feel like, and it's actually sloping up to get there. We don't really have any boat traffic, so I think we can afford to lower this. Beautiful. Just perfect. So we can lower that. Get those, those all at the same level. And then potentially have a tunnel going underneath the freeway, which is going to require a little bit of maneuvering, but I think we can manage it. So if we go... I usually like to have a single segment when you're trying to make like a bridge or a tunnel like this. Just makes it a little easier to work with. So that's not perfect. We're going to have to add some nodes here with Network Multi-Tool. Just to make it easier to build. And we'll have to update all those network skins things, but whatever. And we'll just raise that up just enough to cross over rail. And do a little something like... Is there not a node there? Do a little something like this. Just these, trying to get as gentle of a slope as possible. Because I did a little flying around on this area in San Juan, or not flying around, but using Street View. And they just have these really gentle slopes on the freeway, which, I mean, is pretty standard for freeways as far as I understand. And I think this needs to go up just a little bit. Don't want the catenaries to get in the way. Let's see if this looks like a reasonable slope. It's a little steep. Maybe what I could do is basically just slope directly from a little hump there. Down to bottom. Oh my god. Just look like that. And that looks a little bit more reasonable, although we'll have to go into PO and bring that out another couple ticks. Same thing over here. Just to make sure there are no ugly voids in between the two layers of road. That looks pretty sweet, I think. Hopefully everybody's having fun and maybe learning a little something about City Skylines. Every time I boot up this game, I feel like I get a little bit better at using all these mods that we have. And I've been playing this game for like 7 years now, I think. Still learning stuff. And then we can very quickly place this freeway here. One thing I did not consider that I'm a little worried about is how we're actually going to connect the frontage road to the freeway, which is kind of a big deal. So maybe I should test that out now before we get too into the weeds with the details. This is always one of the hardest things to do, is to connect. Oh boy. Connect frontage roads to freeways when they're really close like this. And there's no node there. I think we can, if we're careful with move it and node controller, we can get something that looks okay. Doesn't need to be perfect. Like if we just balloon this road out just a little bit. Don't need that extra node there. Delete. Oh. Well, that's a start. And then we can slope this. That messes it up a little bit, but just... Sometimes I've found with the node controller, if you make a change, like if you slope a node, it might kind of mess it up, but you can kind of reset it by adjusting the corner offset again. You know what? That actually looks all right. But we do have some extra space here because they're separated a little, so it's going to be harder to do it over here. And I just realized that this needs to go the other way because this is serving as basically a diamond interchange here that just happens to be attached to a frontage road. So I totally messed that up. But it should be easier to do it going the other way. Kind of a more standard freeway interchange. Have to hop out of the stream, but amazing work as always. Can't wait to stick around for a full one. All right, thanks, Joel. Thanks for stopping by. This is pretty fun so far, so I think I'll probably stream again at some point. Not that we're done or anything. I mean, I'm probably going to go for another hour or two for sure. But see ya. Have fun. One thing I like to do with Network Multi-Tool is just, it gives you a very clear view of where the nodes are in the freeway. So if you're trying to build, build a thing like this, it just gives you that extra little bit of control of where your nodes are going. Because sometimes you'll make a node, a new node, and there'll be a pre-existing node like right next to it, which is not good for traffic. It's not good for the AI. Obviously, you can just go in with Network Multi-Tool and delete it. But I think it's easier just to do it right the first time. Something, measure twice, cut once. Except thankfully this is a video game, so it really doesn't matter if we mess it up. That's just gorgeous. I'm tempted to keep that. Just for the lulz, but I'm not going to do that. Make these sloped. Actually, we'll just level it out. Sometimes it's easier to do that than just do all those weird node controller maneuvers. Gotta drink some water. And speaking of like leveling things out and making these kind of sloping freeway networks, one thing that inspired me to do this build was a memory of driving through Calgary, Alberta, of all places. Wasn't really visiting, was just passing through. But I remember there's some freeway, like kind of on the south side of town, like near some of the casinos and stuff, where you go down, you're just driving along the freeway, and you go down in this like really deep channel, kind of like this, except maybe like twice as deep. And that made kind of an impression on me in terms of building freeways, because it was just like this, it was almost like kind of a gentle roller coaster the way you go up and down. So that's kind of how I like to do this thing. Do this kind of build, is get those smooth slopes. That should be nodeless. Yeah, that's good. I think I want to try to push this. Sorry, I have to keep like looking around my mic to see the M key to access move it. So I don't know if that affects how my voice sounds. Hopefully not. I want to try to stretch this as far as we can. Because, like, I don't know. There's something about these sharper ramps that just really stand out to me in a bad way. Whereas if you look at a real freeway frontage road system, the exit lanes are, like, almost completely parallel to the freeway the entire time. So I don't need to, like, get that perfect, but if I can just keep moving it, just... Oh, $2.20 is live in 30 minutes? Oh, no. I'll lose everybody. If I can just push it just as much as I can, and I think we'll actually get rid of this node. It'll be better for traffic, supposedly. Something like this. There's no harm in pushing the corner offset like as far as you want. As long as it looks good, that's what matters. What I don't like is this kind of, I don't know what that shape is. That looks like a machete. Like that's the blade and that's the handle. I don't know. But I don't like that. I would like it to be a little bit more close together. There we go. We broke it. Okay, that's good. Just drag that. I guess I could just remove that node. Why not? Although that causes a problem with this. Let's remove that one as well. There we go. And this one. Who needs nodes anyway? Pointless. I can't remove that node, so I'll have to kind of just manually line that up. That's better, I think. But I think we can push it a little bit more. I also don't want this to get boring of just like me trying things with move it over and over again. Yeah, something like that. I think that's good. Moving on. Okay, now this is going to be the real challenge, is doing the same thing where they're really close together. I'm gonna be honest, I might just leave that, just like, and we'll just like put some damage decals or something over here, and we'll put some signage down. Joe barely achieves any meaningful progress during his streams. Just watch the next time I'm cleaning the kitchen. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, I enjoy a good live stream now and then. And hopefully this isn't hypocritical that I'm like expecting people to show up to my live stream, even though I don't go to live streams that often. But I'm more of a VOD fan myself, which is totally fine. I mean, if someone, you know, can't or doesn't want to show up to my live stream, that's no problem at all. This will be available in recorded form pretty much as soon as it's done, I think. Little worried about this slope. I haven't been to any live $2.20 streams. I think it's a time zone thing. but I love his videos. He was like the OG big City Skylines YouTuber as far as I'm concerned. Although Strict Toaster was pretty big as well. He's probably my favorite City Skylines YouTuber, so it kind of makes me sad that he... oh, that's not good. That he's taking a break, but, you know, real life comes first, of course. I think I just need to make this sloped, actually. Yeah, there we go. I think I'm gonna have to take a quick break soon, but I think I'll try to get the same thing going on this side, and I did the same thing where I had it going the wrong way. Oh well. I mean, honestly, it doesn't look terrible. And we can cover up the ugly seams with details. The floating cars, though, yeah. Actually, I could start the simulation because we've connected it up to the freeway over here. But I also kind of it's kind of entertaining to see these guys here. I should probably actually, you know what? I will start it playing, and I'll fix this. And they all just despawn. That's fine. I think he's the only one really left to have started pre-2020, 2019-ish. Yeah, that might be true. I'm not sure when, like, when all the big channels started. But, like, Flux Trance hasn't made a video in a while. The classic ones. To be fair, I mean, I'm not a big channel, but I started in 2018, so, you know. I'm still around. I also took a break for a while, though. I actually did the math the other day. My channel's about 5 years old, but I really was only active for 2 years. And I've really only been consistently making videos for the last 5 months. Okay, so we have our little diamond interchange. We just need to get this one last ramp going. I don't know. What do you guys think about these on and off ramps? It's a little jury rigged, but I think it might have to do. Remove that. Still look good. Like, we're going to be adding signage and, you know, we'll be adding some barriers and stuff with IMT. So I'm pretty happy with this so far. We'll have to add another, maybe another avenue crossing over here. I want to space them out, you know, pretty far apart. So we have an interchange of sorts here. I'm a little stumped by how we're going to do this. But I'm happy with this, so I think maybe what we could do is connect up this light rail. Because it's going to be pretty straightforward. We just need to get from A to B in a believable slope for, you know, a train. So it'll go straight through here. And I'm not totally sure about what, like, the history of this area is going to be. Like, was it originally just a surface road network, and then they've since come back and added the freeway and the rail and the BRT? Or is this kind of something, like, it seems like a lot of San Juan is kind of, it's all popped up at the same time. So they say, okay, we're going to have a development here. We should build a freeway here and plan the road network around it. That's what a lot of San Juan seems like. Yeah, because there was, you know, there are old parts of it and then there are much newer parts of it, which are more like that. Or is this area going to be slightly more like an older part of the city where they've since come back and added the freeway? And I think it's probably based on what I've seen in the reference in San Juan, it's probably an older part where they basically ripped up a tract of blocks to put a freeway in, unfortunately. So I think what we're going to do is kind of imagine that the road network, the surface road network was here first, and we're going to work the blocks around that. And we're going to work the rail and the freeway into it as if they've been, added after the fact. We're going to I don't have the reversible tram AI mod, so we're going to have to add a turnaround for these light rails, or these light rail cars. Come on. There we go. You know what? Network multi-tool to the rescue. Oh no, you have to have a segment to start with. I wonder if that's just a design choice or if it's a limitation in how this works. I don't know at all. We'll do that. And I think with trains as well, I think I mentioned this before with roads, but with trains, it seems to be pretty common to have a straightaway stretch before any surface level intersection. Multi-tool, curve. Yeah, that's all right. Are these different? Oh, I see. That's just the LOD going in and out. Or LOD, LOD, LOD. I don't know. You know what I mean. That looks a bit strange, but we're going to leave it for now, and we'll adjust it as we build the road network. I think now's a good time. I'm going to take a quick break, just 5 or 10 minutes, something like that, maybe even less. And I'll be back very soon, and we can start on the surface road network. That definitely was not supposed to pop up. There we go. Okay. Now, come on. Yeah. All right. Got some more water. Got some beer. Good to go. I probably should pull up my reference on Google Maps. I remember just having such a good time watching. I don't even remember what the series was called. It was one of $2.20's earlier series. Oh, it was Springwood, of course. That was just like so eye-opening on the, the kind of crazy things you can do in this game, even though it's pretty rudimentary in terms of all the mods we had available compared to what we have now. Okay, so the road network in this vicinity in San Juan, actually I will bring up that reference image again so you can see what I'm talking about, is, come on, this is what I get for making a slideshow instead of just pulling it up on Google Maps or something. But you can see the road network's pretty regular. It's just like these long blocks that I've been doing a lot of in Todos Santos. So we're gonna really try to mimic the kinds of roads we did in this, in Santa Turista. I'm sure my Spanish humor is not quite up to par, but I try. So basically what that means is we're not going to have like any big, wide main avenues. The main avenues are going to be kind of integrated into the grid with the long blocks. And I just realized I messed this interchange up compared to how I wanted to do it. Because in San Juan, it's basically like a one-way system. So you have 2 bridges instead of 1. But I think we're just going to roll with this, and we'll do this other interchange we're going to do down here. We'll do that, kind of 2-part system. But this one's just going to be a normal plain road. Now, how do I want to do this? For the most part, the long grids run kind of north to south. But they're not like, it's not like a rigid New York City kind of grid. So I'm just going to like try to put myself in the mindset of being a planner in Todos Santos, and like we want this. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just going to randomly make these roads. I'll just do it like I did before. So I remove the angle snapping, which allows you to just kind of build whatever direction you want, and it's not going to snap to 180 degrees. Unless you try really hard, but that would just be silly. So go something like this. It's going to make it harder to plop buildings down, but that's a bridge we can cross when we get there, so to speak. That's going to go all the way up to the beach. Which actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's very steep, which is not the most realistic thing I've ever seen. So let's just smooth that out a bit. I'm going to run the simulation. Because the longer you wait to have the water adjust to your terrain adjustments, the more painful it's going to be. And trust me, I know. I had to reload a save once because basically a whole portion of the city was destroyed by flooding, which is not the most fun thing ever. And that was before, so there's a mod that stops you from getting flood damage, which is amazing. But at the time that happened, it was broken, and it was broken for a long time. But it has been fixed since then. So if you're building a coastal city and you're working with water, I highly recommend you get no flood damage, I think it's called. I think it's by TPB, I'm not sure. That could be totally wrong. I think I can actually find out if it's in the mod settings. Well, or maybe it's flood damage control. Oh, okay, whatever. Flood damage something. I mean, that looks pretty good. It's just like kind of a not quite straight road. That's really what I'm going for. And then while we're doing this, let's extend this main avenue here. So this, I really like this avenue, how it kind of splits into two one-way roads. And it goes all the way over to the avenue here, which carries all the traffic from downtown, etc., etc. Pretty cool road. But right here is where it tapers down into a two-way road. And I think we're just going to continue with this 4-lane road. And we're going to use big urban roads because they look cool. And if Roads United ever breaks, I'll still have the textures there. Flood damage control originally made by TPB. Okay, cool. Yeah, it must have been updated by someone else. Because I don't think he's been active. But I appreciate you looking that up. Or just knowing it off the top of your head. That's cool, too. So we're going to go vaguely parallel with this road to the freeway. And I think what could be cool is just do something like this. And then we can bridge over the rail, maybe? Cuboid published a fix. My hero. My hero. Working with water in this game is just so painful. I mean, we're probably just those little adjustments I made. Well, maybe that's not going to result in any flooding, but there's an area of the map in a part of the city that I've been working on for future episodes that literally is not unflooding. Like, I'm going to have to go in with vanilla water pumps and suck up all the water. It's just so annoying. You're looking this up, no way you can remember it. Yeah. That's pretty much City Skylines modding in a nutshell. Every time I open the game, I forget all the like hundreds of pieces of information I have to remember. But it's all in the service of building a cool city, so that's fun. And then I think that's okay. Maybe instead of raising the road up, we'll lower the rail. I think that sounds kind of cool. And level that out just to the standard road height for this area. And we'll give it a good little evening out, not evening. Lower that just enough so the catenaries go underneath the bridge. I actually don't know how that works in real life. Like when you have, like if you have a rail that goes underneath a bridge, like what happens to the catenaries? Do they just run it through the tunnel? That seems like not very cool, but I mean, I guess it would work. Slope that. That seems like kind of a steep slope, but not enough for me to like totally reconfigure this. We'll just slope it from there. That'll make it look a little bit better. One thing I love about City Skylines modding is that there's almost always someone who's willing to, you know, take up the reins. If someone, you know, if a modder retires or goes AWOL or something, there's almost always someone who says, okay, I'll either, you know, grab the source code and update it myself, or I'll just make another one from scratch. Someone is always willing to take up the initiative, which is just amazing. Like, it's not even that good in the Skyrim modding community, which is, you know, pretty big and robust, but there are still some, like, if you don't play Skyrim, there are basically, well, now there are 3 versions, but for a while there were 2 versions. And there still are some mods for the older version that are not available for the newer one. Part of that might just be because there are so many mods. But City Skylines just seems to attract players and modders to it who know what they're doing and really care about the state of mods. I think that looks good enough. We'll probably add some retaining walls here in a moment. Spruce it up, make it look nice. And just go like that. Doesn't need to be fancy. Now looking at San Juan, there's kind of an equivalent road to this one that's parallel to the freeway. And it's kind of interesting because it pretty much is parallel to the freeway, and then it kind of, excuse me, and then it kind of curves up here to access the waterfront. So maybe we'll, like later on in the series, when we get to this area, we'll add a resort or something, and that's why they've had this main road go all the way up here. Or not necessarily a resort, but just something that will warrant having a lot of traffic. But it kind of goes straight for quite a while. So I'll just do the same thing I did before, just to get a perfectly parallel road. With the freeway, we don't really need to do that, but I don't know. We're going to. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with the free-floating road building. City Skylines. Never hurt anyone. We'll turn back on angle snapping. And then we'll go something like maybe 20 more units. We'll get a nice, fairly smooth curve. Fairly long curve as well, which you don't always get on these kind of smaller main roads. And I'm thinking it would make sense that this is kind of like the end of the dense urban area of Todos Santos. And everything beyond here is either going to be kind of a sparser suburban feeling or rural feeling area, or just completely wild. Which is, I don't want to give away too much, but that's something that's something we're going to be doing on the series in terms of the mainline videos. We're going to be doing some of that soon, which is pretty fun. Oh, they're driving on the freeway. Okay, we just want to watch this for a minute. Make sure it all looks good. I'm a little concerned that cars are just using this as like a U-turn, which is, I mean, whatever. There's nothing I can do about that. Like, so they're taking this ramp to get onto the freeway, doing a U-turn, and then taking that left turn flyover ramp. Okay. Whatever. It's not in my control at the moment. Okay, let's keep working on the roads. And now, what could be kind of fun is we'll have kind of the grid that's perpendicular to this road. We'll have the grid that's perpendicular to this road. And then we can have them meet up with all these weird, sharp angles, which is kind of what it's like in San Juan in the equivalent area. There's also, in San Juan, there's a huge housing project here, which is what I used for inspiration for this little tiny one I made like 13 episodes ago, something like that. I don't think we're going to recreate that here, but I just thought I'd mention it. Give some context as to what the real life inspiration is. Now, this is the tough part, is like, how do we start adding in these smaller roads? I suppose I could connect up this one, which I believe is just a 2-lane road. If anyone missed it before, or is new to the stream, Slyn here has made some custom police cars for Todos Santos using real inspiration from Puerto Rico, which is really nice. I just have props here because I haven't been able to get any driving around yet. Police cars in use 0 out of 7. I even I restricted them from leaving this district, but they seem to not want to spawn. But yeah, those are really cool. Will be available on the workshop at some point. But this is just a temporary little build here. And I'll turn off angle snapping again. Well, maybe for the shoreline drive, we'll do the freeform road tool. Why not? And just follow the beach. Really quickly, I'm going to look at what kind of development they have here in San Juan. It seems like a lot of like hotels and resort high-rises. But I'm wondering if that's what I want. because we have a lot of those already over here. So maybe this will be kind of just more lower density stuff like this. So that'll affect how much space we need to give between the main road and the beach. Namely, not that much right here. And I think it could actually be cool to have maybe like a decorated avenue with some trees and stuff. But we'll come back and potentially adjust that later. Straight line here. I wonder how City Skylines 2 is going to handle water. I mean, I'm sure you heard my rant before about how hard it is to work with it in this game. Hopefully it's a little easier in the new one. I think we'll maybe... I think what I'm going to do is kind of establish the grid here. And then we can get a little bit kind of a more natural curve here to like hook up with this. Maybe a little network multi-tool? Oh my god. That would have taken me like 10 minutes to build. Beautiful. Let's do the same thing over here. Really quickly, just not use network multi-tool and do something like this. I really don't have a plan for this area other than what I mentioned before. And let's do this exact same thing going this way. Even if it isn't going to be any easier, at least we can see the reflections of our city as the waves pour into downtown. Can't wait to see my ray-traced city. Ray-traced reflections or whatever. I don't even know if that's a thing. You're right. It'll still be a struggle, but at least it'll be a good-looking struggle. I don't want a super long curve here, so I'm just going to follow the beach again for a while. Just trying to do straight sections whenever I can. Because, like, it just seems more realistic. Not have a randomly windy road. And then we'll just, well, drag this out. 6 units, 3 units. I think I could probably do like a 6-6 curve here. Yeah, 6-5, whatever. That looks a little windy, but I don't want to get caught up on the, bogged down with the details. Bogged down in a nasty ground war. Anybody get that reference? No. That's fine. Let's, you know what I should do? Is we should extend this rail line as well. That looks a little awkward, so I'm gonna do a straight line here. Now I mentioned before, like, is this rail originally built as part of this road network, or is it added in later? And I think I like the idea of this area, this road network, has been here for a while. I don't know, since like the 50s or 60s. And then this freeway was maybe added in, at the tail end of the 50s or the mid 60s or something like that. And then this rail would have been, I don't know, maybe there was a transit boom in Todos Santos, like when they added the main metro line, when they started adding these light rail lines. And that would have been added in later. Potentially. Maybe it replaced an avenue or something. Another option would be to have it be in the center of this avenue, and we could turn this into a two-way avenue, which kind of goes against the road philosophy I talked about before. And it sounds like a lot. I don't want to get distracted by getting that to work. So I think I'm just gonna, maybe we could imagine there will be a commercial strip here, and this rail runs right behind it. So we'll give it 4 units plus a little bit of space for a service road. And other than that, you know, I suppose we could use network multi-tool for this, but I'm just gonna do it by hand and suffer the consequences later when I actually go to film this area with buildings. That, I don't know why I did that. Really should slope that out. Precision engineering does not want to help me with that, so I'll use network multi-tool. Beautiful. The only complaint I have with, well, there are two complaints I have with network multi-tool, and they're very small. One is that when you're placing a road, it doesn't use your network skins choices, which is probably more of a fault in the network skins mod because it's a lot older. And it's not made by Max Sergey, who's like just a whiz, complete City Skylines whiz. But also if you like create a new node or remove a node, the surrounding segments also won't keep whatever network skin settings you have attached to it, which is really a small issue. But it's just, it happens often enough that I thought I'd mention it. But it's kind of annoying. Now, I think this rail will probably terminate somewhere in here, or maybe right here. And then we can have the commuter rail that we're eventually going to build meet up with it at a rail station. I think it could be fun to have it attach up here. And we could turn this into kind of like a second, like almost a little town on its own. And there's like, the bridge between that is going to be this dense residential area. So I think we'll do that. If I can actually get that to snap. But the question is, how do we get that? Now this might be the place to have it run down the center of an avenue. So we could use one of these tram roads. Potentially. Maybe this one by Cluse. Because we've already used it, we know it works well. And it just looks awesome. We can use the Phillips lights that I like to use. I've been using a mix of the Phillips lights for kind of like the main central avenues of Todos Santos. The North American Freeway lights occasionally because they just look really good. And then sometimes I use some other ones as well. Like the industry lights give a nice orange glow. It was like an old style of lights. But anyway, we'll use Phillips ones here. These catenaries look a little wide. But I suppose that is true sometimes for like trams and streetcars. I would call it a streetcar or a trolley. But because they're called trams and City Skylines, I sometimes call them that as well. We're not going to worry about the stations right now. Just want to get the bones of this area laid out. Maybe we'll hook it up. Like, I want to get a nice smooth curve. And another amazing mod, which I'm going to use in a second after I'll turn this into just a smaller road, which is fine. Well, actually, I have to I have to change that back to show you what I'm going to be talking about. Where's that road? There it is. This is the road I used in episode 39, where we did the seaside streetcar. I just called it that because I thought it had a nice ring to it. But another mod that I downloaded recently is... how do you show the rail? Mixed car track connection. Shift. Ah, there we go. I haven't used this mod yet, but it should, in theory... No? Maybe it doesn't work with light rail? Well, maybe it only works with train tracks or metro tracks. But there's a mod which supposedly removes track connections that aren't connected with Traffic Manager. maybe I can do a little test here. I hope this isn't boring, but I really want to see if this mod works. You go like something like this, and for whatever reason you wanted to go like that? Yeah. I'll have to use that at some point. Maybe when we do the commuter rail, we'll make use of that. Anyway, going to do that. And then just to get that track looking a little bit better, increase the corner offset. Something like that. And we could remove this node as well. Smooth it out a little. Yeah, maybe we can make a little like pedestrian focused area here in a future episode. I don't know. And I think now it's time. We've got the rail figured out. This rail line here is not going to go this way, or maybe it should. It would be really hard to do that, so I think we're just going to have it terminate here. I think it's time to build the other interchange with the freeway. And I think we'll do that. I'm going to challenge myself a little and do it on this curve right here. And we'll do that two-part intersection I was talking about before. Let's use this wide sidewalk version so there's no parking. Although actually it doesn't matter with the elevated version. Whatever. But that way we can have an avenue that runs along this lake, which I think would be cool. Potentially. Or this river, sorry. Lake and river. Because I mentioned before, I'd like to have some sort of park in this area. I don't want to do too much urban development right along the river. But we could have like maybe a small 2-lane road winding through here to access, you know, trailheads or something for the park. In San Juan, there's not in the equivalent area, but there's a boardwalk system that runs along part of the river. I think it's the Rio Piedras that runs through San Juan. And I was thinking it would be fun to do something like that, where you have this nice boardwalk running along through the mangroves and all the other trees and stuff. And of course, you'd need a place for people, because we are making a car-centric city for the most part, we need a place for people to park and access that. So we could have just like a nature reserve access road. Anyway, that's not strictly speaking applicable right now. So we'll make, that's 7 units. Let's make approximately a 7-unit square here. And I'll show you the reference again, because there's a pretty, I don't know, the original interchange that I'm basing this off of just looks kind of silly in like a really cool, weird road infrastructure way, which is the sort of stuff I love putting in this city. Really regretting turning this into a slideshow. This is what I'm talking about here. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to pause it, I don't think. But you see what I mean? It has like the 2 bridges. It just looks kind of funny when you're like down there in Street View. So we're going to do something like that. Except what I might do is instead of, like, we already made we lowered the freeway so this bridge could cross. What I might do is raise the freeway here so it goes up, just so we can have some variety on the actual build process. So let's do that. My God, I really messed up. There we go. I want ground-based versions with no streetlights. We're going to manually add in like lighting and pillars and stuff for all these. And we're done. It's beautiful. No, it's the worst thing I've ever seen. So let's, in the spirit of making these slopes nice and smooth and just as tight as possible, because they're not going to want to build longer elevated portions than they need to. So let's just bring that as close as possible. It's still a little low. Maybe like that. And then I remember seeing this in an old Fresh Popcorn video, back when Fresh Popcorn made videos. We'd always use these trailer props, I think by Avanya, to test out if the bridges that he was making were high enough. That looks pretty good. I really like to try to get these as low a profile as possible. Especially in Todos Santos, where, you know, they like to save money when they can. Get a nice smooth slope. Same thing over here. I remember when this slope objects function to move it came out years ago. It's game changing because you used to have to manually line up and raise up and down sections of Freeway, or, you know, whatever network you were working with, and it was just the worst. Now, in this case, we are going to use the elevated version, which I said we weren't going to do earlier, but one problem that presents is the only thing I don't like about the North American Freeway pack. Well, sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. Is that the elevated versions are much more compact, like horizontally speaking, than the ground-based versions. So it looks a little strange to have this empty space in the middle. But it's also, like, I mean, we can kind of smush them together. And I think that actually, yeah, we're just going to go through and do that manually. Like, whatever. Got all day. I'm going to stream until I either get tired of it or until we're done. And we're definitely not going to finish this area, this stream, so it's probably going to be until I get tired of it or until I need to go get some dinner. And then maybe we'll just smush these together just as much as we can without it glitching out. And, you know, we can fill this gap in with a retaining wall or something. Okay, that looks okay. We'll do the same thing over here. Hopefully you guys don't mind watching me just kind of fiddle with this stuff. This is like, I would say half of this I would probably cut out of a full episode of Todos Santos. Like, I try to show as much as I can in the full videos, but I usually cut out, like, false starts, or scrolling through Move It, or, like, tediously adjusting, or, sorry, scrolling through Find It, or tediously adjusting things with Move It. Just, like, I would rather not cut it out, but the episodes are just, you know, they're an hour long if I don't cut out that stuff. I would say I remove probably, well, so I'll record, you know, a few hours of footage, way more than a few hours of footage per episode, like 8 to 12 hours of footage for a longer episode. Then I'll speed it up by 3 to 4 times for the time lapse. You know, most of my videos are time lapse. So let's say you have a 10-hour set of footage to edit. That turns into like a 2.5 to 3 1/3 hour cut. And I'll usually, that doesn't actually sound right now that I'm saying it. I don't have any numbers in front of me. It's kind of just off the top of my head, so I should probably adjust that. I think what the numbers I'm thinking of were for when I did episode 36, which was ended up being 90 minutes long, pretty much. Yeah, I think the first cut of that was like over 2 hours. And that was with like cutting out half the footage. We'll have to adjust these lights. So I'm not getting my point across very well, but basically, to start over and summarize again, I cut out probably half of what I record. I think that's a good way to put it. So if this live stream is 3 hours long, it would probably turn into like a 20 to 30 minute episode. But the infrastructure stuff usually doesn't take as long, so maybe that would even be like a 20-minute episode. Or 15, something like that. I think that looks pretty sleek. You know, we just have these tiny little gaps left. There's a little bit of a gap here. I'm just using Alt and the arrow keys, so you just do these little tiny movements. Because when you drag, sometimes it's just a little harder to be precise about it. Okay. Now I think we need to figure out these turning lanes. Because this is going to be probably a fairly popular avenue. So I want to come in and give them probably 3 lanes for turning onto the frontage road. Let's use the big urban roads. Just because it's, you know, it'll work. And remove the lights because it's underneath the freeway. Obviously, we don't want this ugly stuff sticking through. Got turning lanes there, turning lanes there. And let's also get rid of the crosswalks in between here because there'll be crosswalks at the intersections. And then I was talking about running this avenue along the lake and the river, so it's going to be pretty small, like I said. So what we'll do is maybe get a nice, like, 10... No, let's match it up with this, which is 7. Get another 7 grid square block. And we'll do that. So I like to do one-way roads, so they're kind of a loop, so the cars can access, you know, if they take the wrong turn. If they take a wrong turn, they don't have to, like, go all the way down the freeway and turn around to be able to take the correct turn. And then what we can do... Actually, no, that's not going to work, because we need to turn this into a one-way avenue. And we have left-hand drive, right-hand traffic. You know, if I was coming up with these terms, I would not have two like opposite sounding terms that mean the same thing. That's just my preference, though. Like, not confuse people. But, you know, this stuff just evolves naturally, so... In terms of, like, what people call things, so I guess you can't really complain too much. What did I do? Okay. I recently also got the Better Road Toolbar mod. I'm still getting used to these categories. So I might occasionally mess that up. And I think we don't want a road with curbs, right? Because this is going to be kind of a natural area. So you don't really need a dedicated sidewalk. We're going to have trails that people can walk along that are not right next to the road. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use these roundabout roads that I have gushed about before on the series. Because they're just, God, they're just so good. Download these, please. That sounded kind of aggressive. Didn't mean to sound aggressive. Download them if you want. I don't really care. It's your life. And let's smooth that out. Nice smooth curve. We're not going to do IMT stuff right now. We're not even going to make this avenue. I just want to kind of have the logic set in place so I know where I want to put things. And then we're going to do the same... No, we're not going to do the same thing. We're just going to have it run... Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh, there we go. That makes me realize I should save the game. Quick save. Please don't crash. The other day I was recording an episode, and I had the dreaded infinite save glitch, which rarely happens anymore, but I lost like... I mean, it was only like 90 minutes of work. Let's make these a little bit more even. But that kind of sucked. So I'm glad that didn't happen this time. And I'm not sure exactly what causes that, but I have this little ritual that so far has worked. I'm not superstitious or anything, but I do it anyway, just because it hasn't been proven to cause any kind of glitches, which is that I have the simulation running. I open the road tab, close the road tab, and then quick save. And I've never had a crash or an infinite saving glitch with that. Whereas the one time recently that I was talking about where I had the infinite saving glitch, I had the game paused, I didn't do that thing, and it totally got borked up. Which is generally considered not a positive thing. So we're just going to do... Are those actually parallel? I don't think they are. So we're going to use the magic of network multi-tool to do that. Now they are parallel. God, I love that mod. And I think we can add lights now. Just do these Phillips ones like usual. Gotta drink some water. Okay. Let's not worry about the crossroads. Let's just do the same thing. You know what? I'm not going to worry about these, like, fidgety little changes in angle. I'm just going to draw a straight ass road all the way up here. Oh my god, it's perfect. It totally lines up with what we already have. Oh, we're gonna do some funky stuff up here. So let's just do that. And same thing over here, about the same distance. Flip all that around so it's going the right way. Now, this is weird. And I'm thinking, let's take a look at San Juan. I mean, I'm sorry I can't bring this up on stream. I literally like can't run Google Maps on my computer when I'm running the game now because I have basically totally filling up my RAM. I mean, I could do it, but it would be very possible that the stream would just stop working if I did that. So I have it up on a little like hand-me-down tablet that generally doesn't freeze when I'm using Google Maps on it. So anyway, I am looking at that and I'm trying to just like analyze how the change in angle of the road network works. And it seems like it's really like pretty... Like basically this... Here, I'll use the marquee tool to show you like which area I'm talking about. This area is pretty much like on one perpendicular axis that lines up with this road here. So I think what I should do is maybe we'll delete... Make sure I'm not selecting all the stuff I had selected first. Delete that. And somehow we'll get this road to line up with this road. Just to kind of fit into that grid. Something like that. It didn't actually place. Sometimes when I like misclick and it doesn't place what I'm trying to place, I get worried that I've hit the, you know, the node limit or whatever. But we're actually doing really good. Like obviously the prop limit has been increased by whatever the prop anarchy mod that I'm using is. I mean, we're really like not, we're probably like 2/3 of the way to filling up limits. And we've done the main urban part of the city in terms of what I've actually built. You haven't seen all of it in the series yet, but I originally thought that I would hit the, at least like the node or segment limit or whatever it's called before we finish the city, but I think we're actually going to be able to finish it without worrying about that, which is great. And we'll do a 7 unit block there. And it's the magic of network multi-tool. Sorry, I just hit my mic arm. Hopefully that didn't make a horrible sound. I'm like, I'm reclined at like a 10-degree angle right now. I'm basically lying down in my chair. So I have to have my mic way down. And that does not result in... What? In good audio. What? Okay. This is why I don't get rid of things like precision engineering. Yeah, see? It's not so hard. It's like the one thing that network multi-tool's ever done wrong. Actually, I used it to try to make a cloverleaf ramp the other day, and it popped up an infinite, like, I forget what it's called, but some sort of error. You know, it does the glitch where the error pops up, and you have to, like, hit OK and try to hit escape at the same time, and hope that you can get the main menu up, or the pause menu up, in order to be able to get the error message to go away. Other than that, though, network multi-tool has been just, you know, it's been a time saver. And that's really important. Because otherwise the stream would end up being like 8 hours instead of, I don't know, 3 or 4. I'll probably have to take another break soon. It's been another hour. You know, it's important to get up and stretch your legs. We did not evolve to sit in front of a computer all day. But we do it anyway. I mean, that works. I can click at the ends of the node segments when network multi-tool does that thing like it just did. Okay. Because I definitely want to learn this tool more. Like, oh. Uh-huh. So I click that and then that? Oh. Thank you, Slen. Thank you. I wonder why it does that. Maybe it's because there's that curve in the road there. I don't know. Like it can't figure out like which segment you're trying to connect to, so you have to define it for the mod. I don't know. That's my really dumb opinion on what that might be. I think this is looking pretty good. And I think we'll have the shoreline road run along here. This will probably turn into like not a freeway or not a highway, but like a kind of rural avenue, if that makes any sense. So we're not going to worry about that during this stream. But we also will probably want... Actually... I think this is going to be the eastern end. This is east over here. This is west over here. This is going to be the eastern end of what we're working on this episode, because I don't want to commit to making a dense area here before I've seen what this area looks like. So that'll be the eastern end of what we're working on right now. And I think we'll probably want to at least start another avenue that goes something like this. And this will probably... I think this will be a two-way avenue, and we'll just make it with a plain road for now. Does anyone know how to fix this with network multi-tool? Because from what I read in the comments on the Steam page, it shouldn't do this, where it still shows this kind of original or the original icon location when you have it in Universal UI. And that's actually really annoying because it covers up all the other road tools. And I'm wondering if I just missed a setting or something. By the way, Rotterdam, amazing mod, if you haven't downloaded it. Skive seems to think that it's not like super up to date or something, but it works fine for me. Hide original activation buttons. This feature is stale, only works on a few mods. Each mod owner should handle this independently. And where's network multi-tool? Show... Ah. Duh. Why wasn't that the first place I looked? Now let's see if that... Yeah, it's gone. And I can move the pair... Oh. All I need to do is complain, and my problems solve themselves. That's just how life works, right? Okay. Rotterdam, great mod, but only okay-ish city. Ooh. I'm guessing you're not Dutch. That's in the Netherlands, right? I'm like terrible at geography, if I'm being honest. I think there's an excess node here. I'm not sure though. Rotterdam has you're German. Ah, I see. Everything makes sense now. Rotterdam has a port connection with, like a big port connection with the UK, right? I think that's the city I remember driving through in, oh, what do you call it? Euro Truck Sim. I don't know, it seemed all right. But that's just a, you know, a video game version of it. I was actually looking at, bit of a spoiler, I've been reworking the downtown area, and I had this little kind of weirdly shaped block where I wanted to do a bus station where all the main bus lines meet in the downtown, and the shape of the block I had exactly matched the area of a new, like relatively new central bus station in Tilburg, which I think is in the Netherlands. So I actually was just building that last night, which is kind of funny. It was a nice bus station though. Very simple, but nicely appointed, I think. I think it's Europe's largest port. That's awesome. What's the, I've been to the city once as a tourist, wasn't too fond of it. Went to the port twice to catch a ferry to the UK. The port is really fascinating. Yeah, I bet. I bet. I'm trying to think of what, there's a port city in, I'll look it up. There's a port city in Germany somewhere that I remember seeing in a movie that was really cool. The movie was The American Friend. I think it's set mostly in Paris, if I remember correctly, but like the main character is from Germany. See if I can find what city that's set in. But just some of the shots of the port area, I think it was on a river, were just so cool. I love seeing cool infrastructure in movies that aren't really about the infrastructure, because they just kind of, you know, you get to look at them. Hamburg would be your first guess. Yeah, Hamburg. Hamburg. Has Dennis Hopper and Bruno Ganz. Good movie. Good movie. But some of the shots of Hamburg, I guess, are just really nice. Okay, let's get back to this avenue. I think somewhere here we'll just have a gentle curve. Not a gentle curve, a very sharp and short curve, actually. Connected up to here. I think that'll do for now. I have not been to Europe, unfortunately. Other than a Euro Truck Sim. I would definitely like to go, though. I did visit Old San Juan, which obviously is not in Europe, but the old town is very much like a Spanish kind of old town. And it kind of has what I imagine it feels like to be in the old town of a European city. So that was a really cool experience. And that was actually what inspired me to start this series. Was my experience of visiting that and seeing all, you know, the old Spanish castles from like I think they're like 400 or 500 years old. Never been to the Americas. We'll have to trade places sometime. I think I'm going to take another quick break because I'm a little stumped as to what to do next. I would like to maybe just get going, maybe fill in this area. I'm not going to touch this block here because I'm probably going to dedicate an episode to the transit station here, and we can fill all this area in then. But maybe we'll fill in this part with a road network, maybe get started on some buildings, something like that. All right, so I will be back in just a couple minutes. Hope you enjoyed this little BRB screen that I made again. Okay, we're back. Come on. Pick up the program. Okay. Oh, I love that song that was playing on the screen there. I use that a bunch in my original series on this channel, North Rim Creek. It's just something about it that it's really nice. One thing I love about working in these new areas in the city is that we actually get, like, frames. Like, you can see when you turn around and look at the city over here. It just turns into a slideshow, and then as soon as we're back over here, we can actually move the camera effectively. Okay, one thing I forgot to do before we move on is add some, you know, these things. What are they called? Merging lanes. That's what they're called. I kind of hate to dedicate, like, so much of the series to building freeways, but, you know, because it's, like, not quote-unquote good urbanism. But it's just fun, you know? That doesn't look as good as the other ones. I'm not sure exactly why. I guess because I moved it closer. That's why, so I can just kind of... We'll fill that in with Surface Painter and it'll look better. Just really want to get... Yeah, that looks fine. We'll do the same thing. Something like that. That looks good right out of the box. Sweet. And then we'll do the same thing over here. I really have not made a freeway quite like this in City Skylines before. I usually give myself a little bit more space to work with, but I really wanted to get this dense look. Just increase that enough so it smooths it out, but it doesn't start, you know, shifting the pavement over onto the freeway. Something like that. That does not look good. I guess I could just... Sometimes when I get Z fighting like that, I'll just hold Alt, and then go page up or down. Which fixes the Z fighting, but makes it look worse. Or it doesn't really fix the problem other than getting rid of the Z fighting. So I think I'll move that over a little. I don't know. What sounds more fun to do? Doing the details of the freeway or expanding the road network? Because I could go for either one right now. Details are a little easier because I like kind of know what they look like already. But expanding the road network's a little more interesting, I guess. Hopefully. Maybe we'll just quickly do some details. But we can always just switch over to the road network if someone chimes in and says that sounds better. I won't be offended if you say watching detailing on a live stream is boring. Let's do pillar. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? These expressway pillars by Ronix. I like using the... No, that's not what I want. I like using the rounded ones. Because if you look around San Juan, they will very often have freeway pillars that are kind of set up like this. I assume for, you know, cost reasons or something. But they look kind of nice too. Sometimes they're painted. Obviously, we can't really do that unless... Oh. You know what? I've never even tried this before. Let's see what it looks like. That actually... You know what? I don't know. It looks a little cheesy, but I kind of like having them painted like that. Let's actually, I'll pop down into Google Maps, go into Street View, and see what the pillars on this, on the equivalent stretch of freeway in San Juan look like. I don't think they're actually painted, if I'm remembering correctly. Where are they? Yeah, right here. Okay. Street View. Unfortunately, I can't bring up Street View on stream because, well, like I mentioned before, I can't even open Firefox when I'm playing the game. I mean, I could, but it would just risk, you know, deleting this whole enterprise. So the pillars on the equivalent area in San Juan are really just pretty straightforward freeway pillars. But I think I want to add a little character and just switch it up a little bit. So we're going to go with these green painted pillars. And they seem to be, they have like 3 rows of them. So something like right here. Oh, it doesn't. Might have to turn these into POs because I think that saves your color settings when you copy and paste a PO. I also think we'll make it just a little bit less saturated. Something like that looks. Here, I'll adjust the lighting so we can get a better look. Might have to adjust the latitude. I think that looks, you know, fairly realistic. That'll work. I wonder if there are any, I'm not familiar with any, but I wonder if there are any City Skylines series set in Germany. I'm trying to, maybe there is one. I'm trying to think. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, that looks nice. Now we can do this the easy way and just use Move It to copy and paste these. To get a little drink of water. Is that? Okay, I guess I'm missing. Need to copy one more over here. Well, no one said anything, so we're going to go with the freeway details because I actually really enjoy doing this kind of thing. And this is a little bit different than what I've been doing elsewhere in the city. So nothing wrong with switching it up. And does it say... Okay, it does save your color settings. PO is just insane. Let's do about the same distance like that. I think it would be fun to do a series on like a rural England or really anywhere in the UK. There was one, I don't remember its name off the top of my head. It was focused on a more rural build, which was cool to see. I think the person doing it was German because it was really spot on. Nice. I will have to look for that. There's God, I forget the guy's name, but I think he's doing a Dutch build. I think the series is called Zilt, if I'm remembering correctly. God, his videos are just so good. He really knows how to tell a story. But, you know, that's not German, so it's not strictly speaking on topic. There's also, I don't know if anyone saw City Walk Walls Mars finale video. That was just ridiculous. I haven't watched the whole series yet, but the video was just unbelievable. Some people, it's one of those things where I watched it and I was immediately like, I am terrible at this game. Not in a discouraging way, though. Just kind of like, you know, there's always room to improve, I guess. Are these centered? Yeah, but if you haven't watched Zilt, I believe that's what it's called. I could look it up. But that's just a really fun style of video. Something like that. Normally I would do retaining walls in this kind of setting, but Jesus. I really like these pillars. Awesome content, keep going. Greetings from Finland. Thank you very much. I have not been to Finland, but I like Finland. I like Finnish music. Oh, these are props, okay. I mean, I'm not like super knowledgeable about Finnish music or anything, but what I've heard of it is very good. I think that looks decent. They might be a little close. Getting dehydrated. It's thirsty work. Oh, I need to get rid of those lamps there. Those look terrible. Don't want parking underneath the freeway. I mean, it's not like the craziest idea ever, but it's not what I want. Okay. Thought I selected none. American music at least 100 times better. Depends. I think it depends on the music, really. I'm just like a music fan. I'll listen to music from anywhere if it's, you know, to my taste. But yeah, there's plenty of great American music. Not trying to hate on anyone. How do you say that? I'm sorry, I don't know. Ka'arija. I'm thinking of like Finnish classical music. Like Sibelius. And Rautavaara is my favorite composer. I'm not like... I don't know that much about pop music. Like, you know, I'll listen to some, you know, some hip-hop or something every once in a while. I'm more into like, again, I'll listen to anything, but I mostly like classical, jazz, and all like the punk derivatives. That's like my daily driver for music. I think we'll have turning lanes here as well. I think that just makes sense. So we'll have the I always forget to close out of network multi-tool. Something like that. And then we'll go back to the 2-lane road. And go in with TMPE. I don't know why. I've never called it that before. I don't know why I called it that. I think that'll just be one lane, one turning lane, and then straight through. And I guess we could also, while we're at it, let's turn this into a turning lane as well. And I like to get rid of these crosswalks when they, you know, it doesn't make sense for them to be here. So we'll do that. And quickly set this up. I think we'll do... Yeah, we'll go straight through here. That works, I guess. And then this could be a turning lane for here. I like to set all these up with TMPE because otherwise the cars just like don't really do what I want them to do. Which is unacceptable. Not allowed. That turning lane. One thing I hope we have in City Skylines 2 is proper turning lanes. So like if you have this 3-lane one-way road going into a 2-lane one-way road, they would be in the proper position. So if you set this to be a right turn lane, it would be shifted over. if you set it to be a left turn lane, it would be shifted over. I think that would be ideal, you know. As it is, it's fine, but it's just a little annoying because you see it ends up making it so the straight through lanes kind of shift as they go through the intersection, which is just, you know, it's not what you want. Not what I want, at least. Do the same thing here. Honestly, I don't even know if this intersection is going to get any traffic, but I think I care more about just having it work. Yeah, I'm not like too worried about it being tailored to the amount of traffic that's actually going to go through it. So, and we're not going to know until we actually fill in this area with buildings. Now I think it's time to throw down just a few details. So we're going to adjust the lights on the freeway because obviously that's ridiculous. You're watching my and $2.20's live stream on the other screen. I love it. I appreciate the support. I'm like honored to even be mentioned in the same sentence with him. What's he doing on Oceania? I remember that when that series came out, I didn't even know it had like gone away. You know, I'm thinking we might have to. Do we remove the parking from this? I think we do. I think we do. Because you're not going to want to have parking like right next to the freeway. That just doesn't make any sense. I think. So let's put the Phillips lights on here as well. And we're not going to upgrade the turning lane road, of course. Now that shouldn't change. Oh, it does change the TMP settings. Well, that doesn't matter. These will go straight through. I thought if you changed a road to a road like with an equivalent number of lanes, it wouldn't actually adjust the TMP settings, but I guess it does. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that. Pardon my French. Placing trees in Oceania, aka tree daling. I can get behind that. If you've watched my videos, you know how I feel about trees, so I can dig it. Okay, now we have these double lamps here, so we'll just quickly get rid of these. And I think I'm just gonna I should do a little test here. Can I push this road any closer to the freeway? Not really. Maybe I can here. I'll place some trees before the end of the live stream. See how I compare to $2.20. No, don't compare me. That's just asking for trouble. Okay, yeah, that works fine. So we'll replace all these with no parking versions. And I suppose we could add some turning lanes here while we're at it. So now this is a two-way avenue, so we'll probably want to add a 4-lane turning road here. I believe that word was from Sam Burr. I hope he will make videos one day. I haven't watched too many of his videos, but I was aware that he hadn't loaded in a while. It's a good word. It's a necessary word, you know? City skylines without trees would just be painful. How else are you going to fill in all these gaps? Okay, let's add turning lane here as well. I don't actually want those lamps there. I thought I had removed lamps from this version, but that might have been what I was building last night. Everything's blending together. Okay, and now we'll go back to the wide sidewalks version. I have to say, I've been using this wide sidewalks version of the road. I think they came with... Actually, I have no idea what update they came with, but they came with some update of the game. And I have just been using the absolute crap out of them. And then we'll add another 4-lane turning road. And I like to just increase the corner offset just to get a nice smooth transition. I'm using the old version of Node Controller because I read that if you upgrade to the renewal and you've done a bunch of adjustment with the original version of Node Controller, it doesn't necessarily transfer all of your adjustments effectively, which I have to say is just like not acceptable for me. I normally don't mind redoing a little bit of detailing here and there, but I'm just gonna stick with the original Node Controller for this series, and I'll move on for the next series, which is in the planning stage. I know exactly what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna wait to see what City Skylines 2 is like before I actually do any building. I'm not gonna say any more than that. And then offset needs to go back down. But the next series is going to be more detailed focused, or detail focused. I mean, I like to detail in this series, but it's, you know, I have to balance it with expansion like this episode. Or not, it's not really an episode, this live stream. I think it's time we figured out this before we get to too much of this detailing stuff. First, I'm going to drink some water. Ingest that dihydrogen monoxide. And I'm thinking. Could be lucky. Maybe there will be some info on CS2 today, Sunday. It's still Saturday for me. So if you're in Germany, it must be... Oh yeah, it must be after midnight, right? It's still afternoon for me. On Saturday. Is there some, like, trade show going on or something today? I think I'll slope this. You know, do a little sloping. I would love to hear info because, like, I'm totally pumped for CS2, but I just try not to get too excited about games before reviews are out. You know, you had things like Cyberpunk and Mass Effect Andromeda, which are both games that I actually really enjoy in their current state, but the release date was just so bad that I just, you know, I try not to get myself too hyped up for release day. 1:35 a.m. right now. Staying up late? 2:35 in Helsinki, but it's almost not dark. So I've never told people where I live on my series, but I live in Alaska, so I know how you feel. It's going to be light out until like midnight at least tonight. I'm not sure exactly what latitude Helsinki's at, but I'm sure it's in a similar range to where I am. I actually don't really mind it. You know, I just have some blackout curtains during the summer. Sun will rise in like half an hour. Yeah. Yep. Sometimes we, during the summer solstice, we'll like go on a hike up into the mountains. And we don't quite live in, you know, the 24-hour sun area, but you could basically watch the sun be up at like 2 or 3 in the morning some nights. And then on the solstice, of course, it's just bright out all night. Alaska, that was unexpected. Yeah. Hey, there are literally like 600,000 of us. We do exist. I think what I'm going to do is do a grass retaining wall here. Helsinki is a bit south from Anchorage. Yeah, probably pretty similar in terms of the daytime, or, you know, how much light there is during the summer. But there are literally, I don't know about, I'm sure in Finland it's the same, but, and, you know, everywhere at high and very, very high latitudes, there are places where the sun is literally up all the time for a, you know, a certain stretch of weeks. That looks kind of nice. I guess I could merge those nodes, but oops. I think I will do that. Should be fine. Yeah, okay. Now I can just raise that up until it just covers that up. I think I'll probably use some ploppable grass to fill this in and just fill it in with, we'll do some tree daling. Tree, is that the word? Tree daling. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say actually. Like I said, we're going to leave this area for now. But we could turn this into just a surface road. That should be no problem at all. Yeah, that looks good. Now I'm wondering if this BRT lane, or this BRT road here, I don't think it would look right to have it run along the center of an avenue. It would just look kind of like top heavy. Or if we could just have it... Oh, I know what we're doing. This is going to be awesome. Okay. We're going to run this road right along this one. And actually, just to make sure they're parallel, just like before, we're going to little, you know, we do a little copy and paste in here sometimes. That. Bring that down to the main road level of this area. Something like that. I haven't detailed this part of the BRT system. That'll come when we do the transit station. And then we're just going to run this road. And maybe we'll make it into kind of like a fancy little avenue. Maybe not with those trees. Maybe no. Actually, I think this raised road would kind of block out the sun for half the day. So maybe they just don't really have any trees growing there. That kind of makes sense. Like, I assume palm trees need a lot of light. I don't have a lot of experience with palm trees in my life. They're just so far away from me. I think we can kind of merge these together. And maybe we'll just have a relatively steep slope here. God, facing this way is just terrible. What we're going to do is add a retaining wall in here, of course. And I think that'll look kind of cool. And maybe what we could do... Now here, this is kind of out of left field. I don't know what you guys think. But we could have this section of Freeway be a tunnel. And then we could have this whole area be raised up. That could be kind of cool. And that would explain why they'd have a retaining wall here. I might try that. We'll see. I don't have a good asset necessarily to make a freeway tunnel entrance, but I'll fix that later. There we go. Find that kind of satisfying how these like meet up here. I would love to visit Sweden. It would be fun. There are a lot of when I travel, I like to visit locations where movies were shot. I'm a bit of a movie lover. And there are so many good movies that have been made in Sweden. So I'd love to see some of those locations. And then I think we'll do something just like this. There'll be a major intersection here. And that'll just go straight up here. I think that looks pretty good. Let's try this retaining wall thing. And I think I'll do it on this road as opposed to the raised road. And just use the offset. Let's do the pavement one with a fence, potentially. Or maybe just a wall. Yeah. Because there's not going to be any pedestrian traffic along here for the most part. Visited the US, Malaysia, Hong Kong, and dozens more, but never... You've never visited your neighbor? That's funny. Hong Kong. I would love to go to Hong Kong. What a cool city. We can just fill that in with Surface Painter later. Let's take that, do the old copy and paste. I think I did it on the lane thing, like I said before. Yeah. Nice. Do it again. Game lagged. Okay, whatever. That road is not even, I guess. So let's even that out. Macau has been the craziest place you've ever been to. I don't know too much. I mean, I know like the general. I just know a little bit about Macau. Was that on like the same trip where you went to... That's not what I meant to change. Was that the same trip where you went to Hong Kong? Why is it set to nodeless? That's not what I want. Oh, okay. That doesn't... Let's change this. This is going to be a BRT stop at some point. Let's change this to a 4-lane road. Now that's the same problem over here. So this is custom. I want to change this to custom. Not crossing, custom. Corner offset. Something like 12. Macau, or not Macau, but Hong Kong would be like, if I had unlimited time and assets, Hong Kong would probably be pretty high up on my list of cities to take inspiration from. Along with, I think Sao Paulo would be an awesome city to take, like, to build, not quite a recreation, but a similar scale city too. Maybe in CS2, we'll be able to make cities that large. I don't know. But you're still always going to be limited by the amount of time and assets you have. I also really like Minneapolis. I think that would be an interesting city to do a build based on. Let's use the grass one here. Across the longest bridge in the world from Macau to Hong Kong. It's totally empty like North Korea, and the bus terminals were the size of a city Skylines map. Wow. Is that the bridge? I'm sure there are multiple bridges like this, but I know there's one. I think it might actually be between China proper and Hong Kong, where it switches over from right-hand traffic to left-hand traffic. So I believe Hong Kong drives on the left, thanks to the British. I remember seeing a picture of a bridge that was something like that. I think I'm actually going to not use IMT for this. And I'll go into Picker and just do it manually. Because it can't really raise and lower nodes with IMT networks, if I'm remembering correctly. And we'll do a little something like this. And just kind of you know. Match that up. There we go. I think I'm going to do this buried highway thing. I think that sounds like a lot of fun. It might not work, and we might have to just delete it, but whatever. So just use the normal tunnel. How does that look? Oh my god. Is this one of the things where the tunnel just has to, like, take a second to visually adjust? Because that looks terrible. Come on. The bridge is right-handed, so it has connection to mainland China. Hong Kong and Macau, for some odd reason, are left-handed. Yeah, Hong Kong I get because of the British, but... because the British were there for so long. But I think Macau was... you know, they were, like, basically bought by Portugal. And at least currently, I think, pretty sure Portugal's right-hand. That's a bit strange, but maybe there's some, you know, non-colonial region that's the case. What? And if it has rounded tunnels, you might have to lower it. I'm just wondering if it's worth the hassle to do this. I think it would be cool. Because there's a section of Freeway in San Juan that does go into a tunnel like this, and there's like development on top of it, which I think would be fun to do. Oh. Somebody's having a bad day. But I've wanted to recreate that kind of lowered, or that kind of buried freeway sort of look, but I don't know if this is the time and place. I just don't know. Yeah, the tunnels do go crazy sometimes. I think I don't want to get caught up on this. I want to keep making some progress. So we're gonna... I do want to have this area raised, whether or not we do the tunnel. Portugal's right-hand traffic, but Macau still drives on the left for some reason. Yeah, I mean, there were plenty of countries that used to drive on the left, but switched. So maybe Portugal used to, you know, when they were still hauling around horse-drawn carriages, maybe they drove on the left side. I don't know. And Macau was just like, yeah, we'll keep it. Why not? Why not? I'm not so sure about having this part raised up, actually. I could fake the tunnel. I could just... I could take a giant piece of ploppable grass and cover it all up. That would work. Turn these into surface roads. Sweden drove on the left until 1967. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah, let's try faking the tunnel. I've done that before. There's no way I could mess that up. And I believe this is just... Actually, I should use the wide... No, I'll do this and remove parking with TMPE. Actually, yeah, I'll use the wide sidewalk version for these. Because I'm gonna... A little bit of a spoiler. These are all the main BRT line. I went in with IMT and decorated all of it myself. So we'll just do that over here so I don't have to worry about having the road markings there. So maybe this part won't be like the fake tunnel, but this part will. They literally changed overnight. That's funny. Apparently here in the US, there was a vote to change to the metric system, at least for the road network. And it was like pretty much set to pass Congress, and then there was some technicality that led to it being scrapped. So there are like little there are little remnants of test sections of highway, I think in Arizona or maybe New Mexico, where the road system is marked in metric, which is kind of funny. I kind of wish they had done that, because it's always confusing when I go to Canada and it's like suddenly everything's in metric. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is just get some good old ploppable grass. Good evening from Norway. Hey, we just need someone from Sweden and we have the full complement of Scandinavia. Does Denmark count as Scandinavia? I don't know. I think it sometimes is counted. Who knows? The question is, can you go into PO and increase the scale of ploppable grass? You can, but it looks like shit. Okay. Reverse. Oh my god. Denmark, Norway, and Sweden is Scandinavia. Oh, so Finland is not usually included. Okay. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I'm probably revealing my ignorance here, but thank you for informing me. Let's see. Where do I actually want the grass level to be? Probably with this road. So let's just get kind of a baseline level here. Yeah, what? So in what time is it in Norway then? Finland is part of the Nordics, but not Scandinavia. Okay. Finland is too poor? Oh no. What's that, there's like a Finnish life sim game. Forget what it's called. My Summer Car, I think it's called. That's a pretty cool game. Just kidding. That's good. 2 a.m., almost 2 a.m. in Norway. Well, hey, I hope you're having a good night. Oh god, that's not what I meant to do. Alright, this is kind of going off the rails. So I think what I'm going to do is just leave this ploppable grass as a reminder to do this whenever I do the episode filling in this area. And put Finland can into NATO. That's true. Let's not get too much into politics in the chat. I'm gonna write a little reminder here for myself. I guess I'll just use... I know what I'll use. Green screen? This is probably the dumbest thing I've done so far in the stream, and I've never done this in the city before, but I'm just going to write a little note to myself in PO so I don't forget. Text customization, add text field. Bury the highway in... Oh, you can't. In plop grass. Hopefully that'll... Does that not actually show up on the green screen thing? The text customization tools in PO just are kind of clunky. But the fact that they exist at all is fine. Is it just me, or is that not showing up? Maybe I need to change the color? Okay, this is stupid. I'm gonna... Sometimes I use... Come on. Can you not make a part? Oh, there we go. That's the delete button. Duh. Bury me in grass. Later. Okay, that way I can't possibly forget to do that. So let's move on. But to what, I don't know. I think we'll finish up the freeway detailing. And then, I mean, we're pushing 3 hours on the stream. So, I mean, I'm going to keep going, but I'll have to end it at some point. Don't want the parking there, so let's fix that. Oh, I accidentally turned anarchy off. Add some lights there. And then remove those for next to the freeway. What is this? What's going on here? Ah. We have a problem. Let's get the pavement adjusted here as well while we're at it. Okay. Norwegian company of DSD. Their logo is suspiciously close to the flag of Puerto Rico. Oh, I gotta look this up now. Not that I don't believe you, I just gotta see it for myself. The flag of Puerto Rico and, like, I think Cuba's pretty similar, but the flag of Texas as well, they're all kind of... Even the American flag, they're all kind of in the same... genre of flag, I guess. Private Norwegian Transport Shipping Company, established in 1855. Oh my god, I honestly thought that was a joke. Like, I saw that flag and I was like, why are they using the Puerto Rican flag to talk about this Norwegian company? But that's cool. Oh yeah, City Skylines is finished, of course. You've been in the front of Colossal Order's real headquarters in... How do you say that? Is it Tampere? Tampere? Really enjoy your videos. Thank you. That's really cool you've gotten to go there. They seem like a pretty nice company, like the people who work there. Very fan-friendly. Tamp ear. Cool. Why is this so sharp of a slope here? I guess I could just level this out, maybe. And then same thing over here. That'll do for now. I'm not going to worry about filling in all these little gaps at the moment. Let's get going on adjusting these. I feel like build's slowing down a little. Pick up the pace. I think all the lighting is set there. I'm not going to worry about dedicated like turning lanes or anything. Just gonna, you know, we can always add those in later before we put in like all the tiny little details. And then again, we're not going to do this episode, so I'm not going to worry about that. Okay, so we have our interchanges. We have our turning lanes. And I think... Oh, and we have our supports and stuff as well. Actually, could add... Oh, the sun's coming out. It's been kind of gray and rainy all day, but... Now it's kind of blinding me. It's fine. Let's take some of these pillars and add them in over here as well. Don't really need them. Like, it could just be a single bridge, but whatevs. Tampere or Tampere? That's a good question. Oh my god. So laggy. One thing we could do at the end of the stream, for all you cool people who have been hanging out here for a while, if you're interested, I could show you some spoilers for some of the upcoming episodes. But only if you want to. I'm not going to spoil things if you don't want to. I think these might be a little bright. I'm going to see what it looks like when I adjust these. Just darken them a little bit. I don't know if that's really worth going through and adjusting all those just to get that little change. So I think I'm going to leave it. And I think what we need to do now is let's do some IMT work. It's going to be a little tedious, so I might start by... I do foresee one problem, which is I want to use these barrier networks to separate the two lanes of, or to separate the two directions of freeway, but because we have like dips in the terrain underneath, it's gonna screw up that. So I'll have to come up with another solution. But for these straightaways, I'm just gonna do this with a decorative network, and then for the curvy parts, we're gonna use IMT, because that's just easier. And I'm gonna do a little balloon out here to go around the pillars. Like that. Is the spoiler a dolphin aquarium? You know, I hadn't thought of doing an aquarium in Todos Santos, but that would be a really fun build. Because it is, you know, it's an island nation, so they're going to have lots of species of sea life. For me, spoilers first mean the flaps on top of an aircraft's wings that are used to slow down. That too. Unfortunately, I have to say that we're not going to build an airport in Todos Santos anytime soon, if at all. That's not strictly speaking relevant to your comment, but it made me think of building an airport. I don't really know much about aircraft, but, you know, it's cool. Things are cool. So just doing this little balloon out, lining that up. And then that, I guess we'll bring this one in a little closer as well. Make sure the nodes line up. Just close that in. Just to keep people from, you know, crashing head first into the pillars. Oh, we're at 3 hours. I mean, I'd be perfectly happy to go another hour maybe. Let's remove angle snapping because it's just a little bit not straight when I drag it out. And at least Todos Santos get a large central station with lots of beautiful and swanky trains. Ooh, I would love to do a big central rail station, but I'm not sure I want to because there's really no equivalent in San Juan. But I don't know if you were here when I was talking about this before, but we have this light rail line, kind of light-ish rail line that's going to terminate somewhere over here. I think what we might do is have a branch of that run over here and stop at a, not a central station, but kind of a terminus station where it connects up to a commuter rail line that we, you know, go off to these kind of silly looking suburbs that I made over there. Because there's no really intercity rail in Puerto Rico. There used to be apparently a industrial rail line that was used, I think, for logging or mining or something, but that has been torn up since. So we could kind of maybe imagine that they used to have an industrial rail line and they've adjusted the gauge or whatever and turned it into a commuter rail line, which I think would be a lot of fun. Selection of workshop major train stations is quite limited. That's probably true. I haven't built a city with a large rail station in a long time. I built one. What was the asset I used? I can't remember. It's one of the more popular central train stations on the workshop. But that was long before I started making videos. I made like a giant kind of New York City inspired build, which I never ever finished. I didn't even get close. I never actually finished a city before I started making videos out of them because I just lost interest. But when I have people like, you know, enjoying the series and giving me suggestions and stuff, it's really helped motivate me to keep it up. So we've got the barrier here, and I think we're just going to do the exact same thing up here, except we're going to run into the same problem. So we'll have to use non-terrain conforming props. What do I have? Oh, I know what we can do. I know what we can do. I love this pack of generic concrete wall. I don't remember who made these, but they really work well for this kind of freeway build. Yeah, I think I'll probably, if I do that kind of commuter rail station build, it'll be custom made, I think. There are a lot of great mods now for making that kind of build. And we don't need to have it this high. We can lower it just enough to keep the cars from flying off the frontage road into the freeway. What looks better? That looks good, I think, to have it kind of overlap. I think the step needs to come down just a little. Implement a lot of unique ideas such as HOV lane, etc. So I'm all for it. Hell yeah. I really, like, I think why I do that is because I've already built a lot of cities where I just kind of do the standard things. So when it comes to, you know, like, I'm aware that people are going to see these stuff and they're going to have already seen series with kind of like the standard builds. So it's not like I'm trying to just like do stuff for views or whatever. I don't really care about the views. But I just try to do stuff that is interesting to me that I think other people will enjoy. So stuff like HOV, and almost all of it is stuff that I've encountered in real life as well that I find interesting. So like driving on the HOV system in Los Angeles was quite an experience. And that was like, oh, I could try to replicate that in Todos Santos, and it would allow me to learn more about it. And, you know, just do all that kind of stuff and just have fun. What made me start making videos? I did make them like 2 years ago, but it didn't really work out. Respects to everyone making CS videos. I know how much time and thinking it takes. That's a, there's a long answer that I don't think I could effectively get across without thinking about it first. And then there's a short answer, which is basically I was building all these detailed cities, and it felt kind of pointless because I was just detailing them. I don't have any friends in real life who play City Skylines. You know, my friends know I play City Skylines, but they're not interested in it themselves, which is totally fine. So I was like, I really want to tell people about this stuff. But no one gets it. So then I was like, you know, I'm feeling inspired to do a rural Canadian build because I've just been driving through rural Canada, rural Western Canada, where I've done quite a bit of traveling there. Obviously, if I'm in Alaska, it's, you know, the place to travel by car. So I'm doing that. I come up with that idea for Northern Creek, and I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I'll just download OBS. I already like making videos, like recording stuff in real life, so I'll just transfer that to City Skylines. But the complex part of it comes into, like, I stopped making videos for a long time. Like, I didn't mean to put A in there in the scale setting. I'm getting very off track. I stopped making videos for various points because I didn't feel like I was really... I can't move the camera. That's weird. Whatever. Like, I didn't feel like I was really doing what I wanted with my videos. So I would just lose interest in the game. So I took breaks. I've been taking it a little bit more seriously. Not seriously, but just I've been being more mindful of how I make videos and what kind of builds I do since I started making videos again back in October or September, I think. So it's really just, yeah, come on. To get some thoughts out of my head that happen while I'm building. That's my rant. I think you had another question embedded in there. Yeah, it takes a lot of time and thinking, but I don't think there's a time where I've been making these videos where I'm not having fun. Like, I enjoy the editing process. Sometimes doing voiceover for a time lapse can be a little tough because it's like, it's not like this. I can always fall back to like, what am I doing on screen? Like right now I'm trying to use the offset to set up these walls correctly. But when I'm in a time lapse, or when I'm recording a commentary after the fact for a time lapse, it's just kind of like, the hell do I talk about now? I'm not actually doing anything. I'm just sitting here in front of a screen. So that can be a little challenging sometimes. But other than that, I'm always having fun. And if I don't have fun, I, don't make anything. I've been pretty lucky in that not lucky, it was just good planning, honestly. I made a backlog of 12 videos before I started releasing them again last fall. So I've had a big cushion there. There have been periods where I haven't played the game or edited for a month at a time. But I have that buffer to make sure that I can get a video up every week without forcing myself to do something that I don't find fun. I should have used Propline Tool for this. Sorry about that rant. I normally don't talk this much, so just kind of, riffing a little bit. I'm going to need to take another break soon. My room gets really hot when I play City Skylines because my computer is just blowing off all this hot air. Kind of like me right now. Not literally, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I can copy and paste the segments, but I still have to draw the line, right? Or I guess I could copy and paste. I could do like oh, yeah, oh my God, I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. And I didn't do anything that time? Oh, I need to flip it. Why is it not showing? I suck at this game. Jesus. Don't do what I do. Just bought CS and I don't even recognize this part of the game. LOL. EM, have you gone to the Steam Workshop yet? Do you have it on PC? Because this isn't normal. Most people don't do this kind of stuff. Not just the base game. Yes, I do. Well, whenever you get tired of the vanilla game, hop on over to the Steam Workshop and prepare for an addiction. Now, I wonder if this is going to work. Copying. I guess I'll just... Yeah, don't apply that. Copy from over here. You really... I mean, this kind of detailing isn't necessary to have fun with the game. I played the game quite a bit before I started doing this kind of stuff. Why? It's not copying and pasting the lines now. Oh, because I did it on the freeway here. Or no, I didn't. Okay. I copy the markings. I paste the markings. Is it because it's a different kind of road? I'll copy it from here, I guess. Hey, there we go. I think I was rotating it, but I think it didn't like that I was copying from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane road. Like it didn't... I shouldn't blame the tool. I'm just an idiot. We got there in the end. That's all that matters. Easy. It's funny because I've done this kind of stuff all over with IMT, and I just forget these things sometimes. Yeah, it is a little finicky. I usually, when I'm copying and pasting like that, I usually just mash the arrow keys until it looks right, and then I hit enter. It works most of the time. Now let's do the same thing over here. Rotate it. Easy. Easy game, easy life. We'll move on to a different kind of detailing soon. I think we'll do some like road signs or something. I just love these concrete walls. Let's see what this does here. I'm just going to... Sometimes I find it just easier, psychologically speaking, to redraw the line and paste that. Another thing I like to do... I'll show it in a second. I don't remember what the shift was for the other ones. Dang it. Sorry, I'm like... My brain's all over the place right now. I'm just going to shift the nodes. I don't care. Perfect. Something that I like to do is if I need to like copy and paste 2 different things at a time, if that makes any sense, I'll copy the entire markings for a road, and that kind of allows me to have 1 copy, and then I'll also draw out the line, and that'll allow me to have a different thing copied at the same time, so I can kind of alternate between 2 different sets of details as I'm going. I don't know if that makes any sense. I can't really show it right now because we're just copying and pasting the same thing over and over again. But maybe that makes sense. I think here I'm just gonna go easy. Oh, I didn't mean to. Perfect. I should probably save the game soon. Yeah, that's not what I meant. Why is that like offset? It's weird. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Perfect. Now I can copy. Oops. I can copy that and put that on the 4-lane road and spin that around. Okay, I think that's good for barriers. We've been going for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I'm going to take another quick break, just a couple minutes. And then we'll come back and do some road signs and stuff. We'll see if we can get to the road network itself, but I'd really like to focus on the freeway because I'm liking how this is looking so far. We also need to detail this rail bridge here, or tunnel. And the new UI makes deleting stuff a bit harder on a game with it's like 15 FPS a bit harder. Yeah. And I don't know if this happens to other people, but sometimes the game just kind of catches for a brief second, and any click you perform during that pause doesn't register at all, which can be really annoying because you're not sure whether you actually did something or not. But I'm just going to quickly... I would actually like to adjust this bridge just briefly. Freeway looking good. Thank you. I just love tearing neighborhoods apart. You know me. Let's put the Phillips lights on here. I like having the median on the bridge. I don't know why. All right. I'm going to do my little saving ritual. I will pause this, not pause the stream, but just put up the intermission screen, and I'll be back in just a minute. After it saves. I'm going to wait for it to save first, just to make sure it doesn't mess up. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Okay, I thought we had the infinite saving glitch for a second. Gee, my heart actually stopped for a second there. Lovely Freeway, thanks for the stream. Go to bed now before the sun rises in 30 minutes. Okay, well, if you can't go to sleep, I'll probably still be here for another 45 minutes to an hour. So, good night. Just you. I'm coming back in just a minute. Hello. Okay. I think we're probably just going to keep going until the end of the stream, whenever that is. And let's do... First of all, let's just clean up this gap in between the... new section of Freeway and the big interchange over here. Just get these barriers, basically. Actually, no, I remember now. I was going to have to do something else here, crossing over the rail bridge. Unfortunately, I don't have a non-terrain conforming version of this barrier, so just have to get creative. Do something decorative, maybe? That could be kind of cool. But for now, we'll just do the basic, super basic barrier. Shift that over into the center. Sometimes you get little, like, mistakes where, like, this terrain conforming network dips down and it actually looks really good. Like, that looks like the end of a Jersey barrier. So I'm going to leave that. And I know I can do the whole, like, copying and pasting the whole road network, but I don't want to mess up the concrete walls that I have, so I'm just going to do this really quickly. I'm really glad we haven't had any, like, stability problems or... What? Why did that happen? Or, you know, save glitches or anything. Yeah, I want to undo that. Oh my god. I'm so bad at this game. Okay. I guess 3.7 is what I want, probably. Yeah. And let's add another rule. We might as well do I have a preset for the NAF lines. It's not a perfect match, but honestly, it's close enough. I really don't care. And then we'll just do solid white. And I also have some NAF dashes. Oh, shit. I'm not too worried about getting this perfect. This is the sort of thing, sometimes I'll be like building something else and then I'll just come back and realize this got messed up and I'll fix it, but that's whatever. Let's get the barrier down here, and now theoretically I'm going to turn this into a kind of fake sunken area at another time. So I'm not going to worry about that. I want to get this retaining wall just extended a little bit more. I was using the lane thing for this. Perfect. Beautiful. Did not mean to adjust the elevation, but I will have to. Yeah, you can't always get it perfect. That's fine. The real thing in San Juan, occasionally, that's redundant. It has like almost no barrier in between the frontage road and the freeway, so I think that's fine for now. And I guess I did that on the frontage road, so we'll just copy the whole thing. Like that. And like that. And hey, we might as well do it here while we're at it. Just replace the retaining wall there, I think. Yeah, and then we can just manually... That looks... I guess I should probably just adjust the shift, but whatever. That looks terrible. I'm gonna just get rid of that, honestly. And I'll figure something else out. Okay, I think that's good for... I don't want to, like, just do the same thing over and over again. So let's go into my custom tags for Freeway. I have all the various signs and stuff I might need. And I like to just kind of go in order. This might be a little slow. So here we have a merging lane. It's a left merging lane, obviously. So we're going to use the left merging sign somewhere Maybe we'll attach it to this lamppost. Seems reasonable. And maybe I should add to this traffic light ahead. What is it called? What is the prop called? Stop ahead? There's a sign that, like, it indicates that there's a traffic light ahead. Light ahead? No, that's... I shouldn't type in light. That'll just come up with everything. My God, what is it called? Four-way? Intersection? Well, we're going to skip that because I don't feel like searching through Find It all day. Come on. Freeway entrance. That could be a helpful sign here. Let's attach it to the posts here. Or at least on that one side where it makes sense. It's not really actually the freeway entrance, though. So maybe... I think I'm just going to leave it. It's not, like, totally accurate, but... I just don't really mind that. Really, there's not going to be too much signage on here. Let's see. Here's an exit. Left exit. I'm so glad I have these left exit signs. They're not super commonly used, but... in a place that drives on the right. I'm going to call it an exit. It's not really an exit. It's kind of the opposite, but never hurt anyone. Incorrect signage on a freeway never ever hurt anyone, ever. This is a right exit. So I'll put that, I have that stripe marker built in, so I'll just put that right in front of the barrier. What could go wrong? And I'll do the freeway entrance over here as well. And I think we'll add traffic lights to all of these. Not going to be good for traffic, but damn, is it realistic. Don't need crosswalks in the middle there. Same thing over here. Boom, boom. I think I also want to do some do not enter signs. But I might come back and do those in a separate pass. Get these freeway ones done first. Left exit. And right exit. Maybe I could also do these merge signs. That could be kind of cool. I'm not going to keep that lamp there, so just ignore that. And then same thing over here, except from the right. That's pretty ugly. We'll have to fill that in with something. And just like judging, or based on how much time I think I have left, I think we'll probably focus on this interchange, because that one over there is pretty much good. And we'll throw some decals and signs and other stuff down here and just make it look nice. Do freeway entrance signs down here as well. Might as well be comprehensive if we're going to be detailing. And then some little exit signs. That's probably really confusing to the drivers, but whatever. Oh my god. Love this game. Wow. Perfect. Let's get that at the same height. Is that? Just kind of make it look like it's popping up out of the barrier. Another left exit. This is probably getting pretty old. Or that's a right exit. Duh. And I guess something like that as well. I don't know. Something like that. Okay, that interchange looks alright for now. And the one in San Juan just has like dirt underneath there. So we'll do some of that. Oh, actually, I wanted to do the do not enter signs first. Just right here. Do not enter. Like, right here, perhaps? Oh, those are already built into the big urban roads. So I really just need to put them nowhere because the big urban roads are all the turning lanes. Okay. Why do I do anything manually? Dirt. Let's just use this kind of standard dirt decal. That'll work fine. I could use surface painter as well. Just the lighting really fast. Something like... Ooh, that looks cool. 74 latitude. Pretty high up. Yeah, I think I'll just do that. That actually looks really nice. Not very tropical, though. With the way the lighting is. I'm honestly... Oh. I was going to say I was kind of surprised that these aren't, like, raising up onto the freeway, but it's because I'm using Move It, of course. It's kind of... do that, and then we can just pretty easily lower that down so it's not on the freeway, because that would be silly. Is that still... It's still showing up. How about let's turn it into a PO? That might help. Maybe... am I just, like, seeing things? But it looks like there's dirt on the freeway. I guess it's just... Is it from... Oh, it must be from this decal. Duh. Yeah. That was silly. I'll do the same thing over here. I actually really like the way the lighting looks right now. That's not good. Bring those down. And let's take the decals all the way out there. And we can turn the light around. Control the sun. Do a little something like that. And just cover this whole thing up. I mean, I could try to add like some variety in, but kind of just feel like getting this place looking nice before the stream's over. I'll have some more details to add as well. Actually, I'll pull up my reference on Google Maps really fast. I mean, there's really not much going on this intersection. It's just a kind of a square little intersection with the usual signage, the dirt underneath. Maybe we'll add some like trash or something right next to the road. And then otherwise it's just all the, you know, the kind of buildings you get in San Juan, which unfortunately, I think we're not going to get to any buildings this episode. Maybe I'll throw a few down right at the end just to show you what kind of assets I have acquired. But I think what we should do is maybe add a little bit of garbage. It's funny that I've kind of evenly used these because I don't really consciously do that. Used 51 of those and 50 of those. And we have random trash props. Let's just get all these laid out here. Skyve says that this pack of assets is broken. That includes the trash props. But it seems to work fine for me, so like I'm not too worried. I try to take everything Skyve says with just a little bit of, you know, research and my own experience. But overall, it's a very, very helpful mod. Not just a mod, it's really a program in itself. And the fact that it's called Skyve for CS1 makes me wonder if the modder behind that has some kind of knowledge about the modding tools that are going to be supported for CS2. But alas, we won't know for a while. I think I'll turn these into POs so I can maybe raise those up just a little bit. Just a little bit. No, we can't really raise them above the dirt decal. That's fine. We'll just use normal decals. And I'm not going to like cover the whole thing in trash, but just the part right next to the road. Not every day you get to set up a pallet of garbage and have fun, you know, just like throwing that on the road. 1 year ago, I was in Toronto. 2 years ago, I was washing my shoes with a garden hose. Snapchat memories do be random. I don't really use Snapchat anymore. But I definitely know what you're talking about. I've had some weird memories pop up on there. Especially from college. Mostly good ones. We have someone, maybe someone like lives underneath the freeway on this mattress. It's not really funny. It's pretty terrible. But we could like set up a little port for him with these boxes. So we get some privacy, you know? Maybe as a TV as well. Like, you might think this is a broken TV, but, you know, this guy's got to keep up with the news and everything. A little fire as well. Some rocks. I think these park life rocks are pretty small. Yeah. Rent sure is cheap down there. It doesn't get cheaper than free. That is for sure. Yeah, this guy practices good fire safety. He makes up a little ring of rocks first. And pretty sure there's just like a vanilla fire asset. Kind of looks more like a drone from Mass Effect, but... Well, now it's on fire. Okay. Just at first it had that kind of like orange glowing ball shape. Probably not the best idea to burn a fire directly underneath a low roof like that, without any kind of ventilation. But, you know, it's open air, so... If you were to be paid to be living elsewhere, you technically get cheaper than free. That's true. Assuming you value the new location to any degree. I mean, if it's like a terrible place to live, it might not be a good value. But I guess it would still be cheaper than free. It would just suck. I want to like make this like a total shithole. I just want to get a few areas of trash. It's a little symmetrical for my taste. So maybe we'll just spread it out a little bit more, I guess. Like, it's not the worst place in the world. It's just, you know, people could probably benefit from maybe a dumpster somewhere around here. Let's do this plywood. Seems like something someone would just throw on the side of the road. I don't know. This is not the most beautiful detailing I've ever done. What are you going to do? The most important part is the actual freeway itself. Well, not going to worry about that. I think I'm going to call that good for trash details for now. Okay, I've had this glitch happen recently, and I don't know why, but the selectors don't show up when I select things with Move It, and then it just, like, they come back as soon as I actually move the things I've selected. Whatever. I'm going to change the lighting back now. We'll do, like, I don't know, 40 degrees. That's still pretty high latitude, but whatever. Okay. I think I would like to very quickly
get some roads and some buildings laid down just to get a sense for what this area is going to look like. So I'll pull up my reference on Google Maps. And I think we're just going to do a very straightforward line of blocks. And as always, it's going to be subject to change, of course. So maybe, I think maybe like 20 units is a good length. 20 by, I think 6 is what I want to get 4 units in between. I think I have zoning off, which is not really what I want. Now the question is, do I want to, is it worth messing up my IMT markings to have the road attach here? And I don't think it is. So I'm just going to connect at the node, which it'll still, oh, it doesn't actually mess those markings up if you connect it to the node. That's good. Good to know. And then maybe we'll do, just to avoid that problem, we'll do something like, we'll give room for a 4 deep set of commercial buildings and then a 2 deep set of houses. So we'll go right about there. And we can just adjust that so it's a straighter road. That's good. And do something like that, and then we can have this one go in the opposite direction. And then have a road come right down the middle. So we get these long, skinny blocks that you find all over San Juan. Move this excess node. Oh, no, it actually automatically attached it. Okay. That's good. And I'm really regretting doing all this IMT detailing. Oh, boy. Let's try 5 wide, see what that looks like. So it should be 12. I should probably turn angle snapping on. Duh. That looks pretty good. Oh no, I'm gonna have to redo all of that. It sucks. I can at least slope the nodes while I'm at it. They already are. Okay. And maybe just do a... Let's see what it looks like. I mean, in San Juan, they don't really do this, so maybe I won't. But I was thinking of maybe having like more horizontal blocks here just to avoid the number of times I have to connect it with the frontage road. Maybe I'll do that like occasionally. Like I'll do a 10 unit road here. And we'll do another 5 unit one here. Oh boy. That was boneheaded. At least we have network multi-tool to save our skins. Yeah, sometimes we'll have weird blocks like this. That's totally fine. So it's going to be, you know, something like this. And then we'll maybe have like a 20 unit road here. This is just kind of the general look that we're going to go for. It's going to be less regular. But I think figuring out exactly how that's going to go is going to be for another day. But really quickly, we'll put down some buildings. Let's do commercial 4 deep. So many fantastic assets now from all over Latin America, and so many from Puerto Rico in particular, which is lovely. We'll get more into that later in the series, and I'll talk about, you know, like what all these assets are and stuff. But I mean, just look at that. It's beautiful for a corner like this, just kind of out, not quite in the middle of nowhere. Obviously, we're still in a pretty heavily urbanized place, but just in a pretty nondescript place. I mean, that serves as a really nice corner building. Maybe we should have a gas station somewhere. If I see that while I'm scrolling through, like right here. I think this is Cuban. Ale or Ale, I don't know. I'm not going to detail every single lot for these because obviously we have a lot of ground to cover. But maybe I'll, I mean, I'm having a lot of fun, so maybe we'll do another live stream and fill in the buildings during that. Who knows? I like this one. There's no zoning. Oh, that's a elevated road, I think. So I'll have to Or no, it's not, I guess. Still has road access. That's cool. Make sure it's at the right height. Let's see what that looks like from the freeway. It's not going to let me go down enough, so maybe Acme can help us with that. No. No. Oh my god. How do I lower it? Is there not a Y position? Rotation, distance, tilt, field of view. Well, whatever. I don't care. Maybe we can do something else. Yeah, I mean, that looks pretty cool. I like that. And this will be like one of the more built up kind of intersections, and maybe it'll get a little less dense as we go here. So maybe we could actually have like a little bit, just like a mid-rise building in here. I have a category. I think I just call it medium. Don't care about the footprint. That's a little tall, I'm thinking, for this kind of area. Something around this height. That looks a little too fancy and like downtown kind of look. That looks a little too old. That's a nice asset, but I think I'd rather have a commercial building. I would just like to have occasionally have some high rises poking up here and there. I like this one. No, it looks too, like it fits in too dense of an area to work here. I really want like I guess I could go for a residential high-rise. I like this building as well. A residential high-rise that we could pretend has some commercial on the lower floor. That would make sense. Something like this. No, I think we want something. Let's just go into high-density residential. I want something actually that's pretty imposing on that is just going to really stand out. Something like this. This is the Condominio Edificio Portugal. So sorry for butchering that. I tried. Something, ooh. I really like how that corner looks there. That color variation doesn't work so well. Just have it all the way bright. That looks pretty good. And I like to try to make the sidewalks look as wide as possible in areas like this, because the built-in sidewalks on these roads are just a little smaller than I'd like in this kind of area. I think that's the sort of building like you're going to see on the side of a freeway in San Juan. I don't like this here. Let's fix that really quickly. I think I'm just going to drag the node. Or the point. Sorry, they're called points. Or maybe I'm not. Is like the offset changed? Why is there a gap there? Is the type of node? I don't want to mess with that because I have it set how I like. I'm just going to use a prop. Never hurt anyone. Probably shouldn't waste too much time on this, but I would like to fix it while I'm aware of it, because otherwise I'm going to forget it. And it's just going to pop up in a cinematic or something and be annoying. Line that up. Line the vertical parts up. Perfect. I'm going to turn that into a PO just so it doesn't get messed up by the terrain or anything. And I suppose, while I'm at it, I could also select... Is that? That's not what I meant to do. Where is it? There we go. I'll do the same thing over here as well. Can't believe we used to like play the game in terms of detailing, like everything was hand plopped like that. Those lights are bugging me. Oh my god. In theory, IMT shouldn't remove any details if I like just change it to the same type of road, if that makes any sense. But that's actually on the freeway. So I should just be able to go like this. And I'll change it to none. Yeah? Or what we could try to do is, I think there's a short version of these Philips lights. Oh yeah. That looks dope. That does not look so good. But we can at least get one instance of that to have it look like it's popping out of the wall there. One instance per kind of segment here. And then I'll just remove the lights from these segments because that doesn't look too good. And then we can do this wide sidewalk one and do a dual light like that. It's going to flip the IMT stuff, but that's an easy fix. And that way we can light up both roads with one network, which looks good. And usually if it flips the shift like that, you can just kind of do, if you know, it's negative 5.5, so you can go to 5.5 and it'll line up, except that's the exact opposite of what happened. So just, oh, now it's messed up the detail. It's really nice watching you, but I think I'll head to bed now. I'm getting really tired. See you hopefully the next time you stream. Yeah, I don't have any concrete plans. I don't want to commit to any date or anything, but I will try to stream again. Thank you so much for dropping by, and thank you for making the custom police cars that I'm very excited to see driving around. They look fantastic. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. Or not just stopping by. I mean, I'm going to finish streaming soon, so you're pretty much here for the whole time, which I very much appreciate. And do the same thing over here. It's going to be a little messed up again, but whatever. Fill this gap in. I think that might be... Well, let's fill in the commercial along here. I'm going to leave some areas blank because I'd like to have some areas for like, well, in San Juan, in the equivalent area, there's like, occasionally, there's just like a parking lot or an empty lot that has, you know, where the building's been torn down. I'd like to leave room for that kind of building. Probably fix the lighting. There we go. This is a little yellow. I think this kind of defaults to like a yellow, slightly, I don't know, eggshell coloration. I like to just remove the color and darken it just a little to fit in with everything else. Same with this one, just darken it a little bit. That just makes it pop just a little bit more. Let's continue. I'm going to leave this blank. Maybe that'll be a little park or something. And this is maybe this, or no, this big block. You know what we could do is put like a soccer field or something there if we can fit it in. This will be blank. Probably just an empty lot. And, you know, we could have a little shopping center here. Not shopping center, but just a bodega of some sort. And let's do a parking lot. I like these, use these occasionally. Although that looks a little freshly paved. So let's do, this is sort of like a moderately older area of the city. So let's do that. And, you know, we don't need to go into too much detail on that. That looks fine. And this will just be an empty lot with some dirt. You know, good old dirt. Kind of maybe mash these dirt decals together. You know what we could do? Is have a slightly kind of worn down house. I think some of these 4 deep houses look a little like they have the look I'm going for. Let's do actually 2 deep and go for one of these. It's not quite what I'm looking for. Something like that. Like maybe this is an older area where like they've resisted having their houses torn down, which is understandable to not want to have your house torn down. This is bugging me, so drag that out there. And let's see what kind of field we can fit in here. First, I actually want to put some weeds growing up in here. That's a little dense, but maybe we could have like one patch in the center and have these. I wonder if I can change the color on these. I cannot. Okay. Oh, okay. Smooth move. Get rid of that. Let's do the green or tough so they match a little bit. So we just have some weeds growing up there. Let's not select decals. And maybe there's some kind of tree growing up here. Maybe I really like these acai or acai, I don't know how to say it, palms from Mr. Mason. Mr. Mason's trees are just very high quality, and he seems to really care about accuracy and like, you know, the real trees that they're inspired by, which I appreciate. Because that's like the sort of thing I'm interested in, but I don't know much about. So, especially in a, you know, a distant place like San Juan, don't know too much about the flora, so I always appreciate having more information about the kinds of plants I'm using in this city. Let's look at, I think the smaller version of the soccer field is actually not labeled soccer, which is kind of funny. I mean, it's totally fair. I don't care what you call it. It's fine by me. It's just a word. That is like just a little bit too big, so let's turn that into a PO. Skyve also says that this asset, or maybe it's not Skyve, but someone has said that this asset doesn't really work, but works fine for me. So, you know, it's cool. Let's kind of have this to one side. Let's cover up the kind of weird metal. Maybe it's concrete thing there. It's not going to have the right proportion, but I'll just squeeze it just a little bit bigger so we can fit it in here. Same thing going the other way. Something like that. And then, of course, we'll need some goals as well. Seems to not be quite like all the markings. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't really play soccer anymore. I used to. I thought there was like another goalie box like you have in hockey. Really know that much about sports. And just keep that from, keep the balls from hopping out into the road. Let's probably put in fence mode. Do this. Same thing over here. Really don't want to kick a ball out onto the freeway, I don't think. And something like that. I mean, that's fine. I like kind of breaking up the urban development with these kind of green spaces, whether it's a park or a, you know, a sports field. That's a pretty common sight in San Juan. Lots and lots of baseball diamonds and soccer fields or football fields, depending on where you're from and what language you speak. I thought it would be kind of funny to do an American football field somewhere in the city. Like they have one. It's popular enough that they have one field somewhere. And it's really the only sport I know that much about, so I could actually kind of set up a somewhat realistic build for that, potentially. We'll see. And then here, maybe we could have Center Cubos. And then there's another one wide spot here. So maybe just this. I love this little building. Great for filling in these small gaps. And I think that's a good start. So the very last thing we're going to do is, this is generally how I set up the kind of, I've talked about this in the series before, or at least, I don't know if I actually have, but I will talk about it in a future video fairly soon. This is how I do the kind of more dense, low density, which is redundant, but this is how I do the more tightly packed, low density buildings in terms of houses. I use these Mexican houses that are 1x2. I set up a, or I just set up Find It so that it's only showing all of these. Search MX and do 1x2. And then I, as per Infrastructurist Guide, which I'll link to in a future video, I set up the random selection key. I use the Z key personally. That's kind of my all-purpose strategy game, like next thing key. So like when I play Civilization, the next item that I want to show, I'll hit Z and it'll go to, you know, the next city or whatever. I do the same thing here. And then I'll just hit Z and I'll randomly place these until I am satisfied. And if it's a regular grid like this, I'll usually set up kind of a template and then I'll copy and paste all of them just to make it easier on myself. I could set, you get the district building mod or whatever it's called, and use zoning instead. But honestly, I haven't done that. So like, it's not super authentic Caribbean style houses, but they look close enough and they get the right density, which is what I'm going for. I think I'll leave a little space behind the commercial buildings for like deliveries and stuff, but maybe we could have like this wall to wall. And then this could be maybe like a slightly taller. Sorry, I just hit the mic again. Slightly taller apartment building in these kind of larger spaces where it wouldn't really make sense to put a bunch of these houses. That's too squat. Something like that. Yeah. And then we can, we're not going to film this whole area like I said before, but just at least get these few gaps filled in. Let's copy and paste these. I usually just try to rotate them like that so that it's not too repetitive. Definitely getting fatigued from playing City Skylines right now, so I'll call it pretty soon. I don't know if anyone's still there, but if you're still there, thank you so much. I very much appreciate it. Something like that. That's the low density look I'm going for. And let's quickly detail this little lot here. I don't want to actually use that. I just have it set up so I can search brush, use all these brushes. Boom. And some decals. Like, it's not beautiful, but it's enough that it's just not a boring gray lot. And I also have cars set up in a similar way to how I do the houses. So I can just randomly kind of custom make a parking lot without having to fiddle around with buildings and decals and parking lot roads and that kind of stuff. Which I like to do on these sort of back commercial lots. I'll probably leave that area open because obviously they need to have like deliveries and stuff. Like right here, you could have a line of cars. worked along this building. There is so much parking in San Juan that I just really try to spam this sort of stuff wherever I can. It's also just a good way to fill in areas that you're not sure how to do, like this one. And let's add a little driveway for them to enter into that lot there. And I don't want cars turning around here. They seem to like to do that. So I'll just allow emergency vehicles, service vehicles, and delivery trucks in. And also remove the built-in parking on the road there. I think that's a good start. Good kind of template to work from whenever we're going to come back to this area. I'm not sure when. Whew. Well, for anyone who's still here or is watching the VOD, I think now I'm going to just show you, I'm going to pull back and show you a quick spoiler of what Todos Santos looks like now. And the last video I released was episode 47, the Metro Yard. And where I am in recording is about episode 58, is the most recent one I've recorded. So we're going to make a lot of progress over the next 10, 11, 12 episodes. So this is what we built this time. Freeway, frontage road, couple interchanges, the bones, skeleton of a new road network. Did some detailing. Plopped some buildings just to get a sense of what's going to go here. I honestly thought we were going to do a lot more than this, but I think I always underestimate how long this kind of project takes, but I think it's a really good start to urbanizing this part of the city and just kind of getting a scale out of this that we haven't gotten elsewhere. Because it's basically just going to be this kind of development all over this area, and it's going to look, it's just going to make Todos Santos look a little bit more urban and closer to San Juan. So here's Todos. Yeah, look away if you don't want to see spoilers. You can't really see anything right now, obviously, because of the labels. But if you're watching the VOD or you're still here and don't want to see spoilers, look away now, close out of the stream because we're done. But I do want to show you just a little sneak peek of what Todos Santos looks like. And I think let's talk a little bit about my plans. The kind of extent of the really dense area is going to be like the area where we worked on will probably be a park here. This part's going to be dense. This part's going to be somewhat dense. And then everything beyond really the freeway, the kind of boundary of the freeway, is going to be kind of more in chunks. So you'll have like little regions that are built up like this, but they're separated from each other by vast areas of undeveloped land, or maybe some agriculture. We're going to be doing that as well. And I think that'll just really get it looking like San Juan. Just going to be a lot of fun. So I'll end the spoilers now. We'll zoom back and just look at this while we close out the stream. Okay, so spoilers are over if you're concerned about that and you're still here. That's the stream. We streamed for 4 hours and 12 minutes, which is way longer than I planned. I'll try to stream again. I don't feel ready to like commit to a schedule or anything. But I will definitely send out some notifications when I'm going to stream next time. I don't know when that will be. But whether you showed up live or watched the VOD, or I might edit together a little highlight video of this, I don't know. No matter what, I really appreciate you showing up and showing some support for Todos Santos. It means a lot. And it's very motivating for continuing this city in this series. And I'd like to really finish it and bring it to a satisfying conclusion at some point before we move on to City Skylines 2 or whatever comes next for the channel. So yeah, thank you for showing up. Thank you for watching the VOD if you're in the future. And I really hope that you enjoyed it. And I can't wait to see you on the next one, which is probably going to be an episode of Todos Santos next Thursday. Bye-bye.